All right, for the AV systems, we are ready for audio checks. All right, we're ready for audio check in 10:09 or Z1 or Z2.
This is Z1. This is Z1.
All right, here's Z1 loud and clear. All right, do we have anybody on Z2 or 10:09?
This is a audio check in 10:09.
10:09 sounds great. Go ahead and mute 10:09, or you can take Z2 into the hallway and let's just get an audio check with Z2.
Your audio sounds really gargled, Travis, all of a sudden.
Underneath a fan that's blowing too and just talking on the wall.
Yeah, that's probably it. I'm going to do Z2 mic check.
Okay, waiting for that.
Okay, this is Z2 audio check. Z2.
Yep, Z2 sounds good.
Travis, this is John McPartland. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Director McPartland.
Good morning, Jackie. How are you?
I'm good. I'm going to have Travis take the screen down in a moment.
Okay, there's an echo on your end.
It's on Travis's computer.
Ah. When in doubt, blame Travis.
It is off currently. Sorry about that.
Director McPartland, can you turn your camera on so I can see you? There you go. Okay. Unmute yourself so I can see if there's an echo now.
All right. Is my lighting okay?
Oh, I
All right.
can hear you better now.
Yeah, when it
You're kind of faint. Let's see.
so any guessment on the timeline for today?
Can you hear him?
I can hear you fine.
Okay, there we go. So we're all good. You're the first.
Better to be early than late.
Correct. So we are live on BART.gov and YouTube.
Well, I see the link for the meeting, but I'm scrolling down looking for the closed door.
You're scrolling down looking for what?
Looking for the link and that I'll have to click to go to the closed door session.
The closed session?
Yeah.
I'm going to send it to you when we get closer to it so you don't have to look for it.
You're an angel. Thank you.
You don't have to look for it again.
Thank you. That's
Okay. I didn't want them to get crossed, so that's why I didn't send it to you at the same time.
Mhm. By the way, the echo is gone now.
Yeah, Travis turned his computer. We sit in the same office, so
Oh.
that's why you heard the echo. So if you like, you can turn your screen off, go grab some breakfast or something. You have 15 minutes.
Already did.
Okay.
I'd take an energy shake and throw in a banana and some fruit and make it a nutritious smoothie. And then a slice of toast and a cup of coffee. That's my breakfast.
Okay.
That's just,
Yeah.
and my wife doesn't know it, but I used to take the dog out. Well, I'm obligated because the dog is licking my face at 6 o'clock in the morning. So I take the dog out for a walk. We go past this donut shop, and the dog would get a donut hole and then half of my donut. And I put myself on a diet, and now the dog ends up getting one donut hole, and that's not enough because it's used to getting half of my donut, so it gets two donut holes.
Well, you know, this meeting is recorded, so maybe now she knows.
Yep. Okay, so now I see the note on requiring a vaccine card. And I can take care of that immediately. I'll carry the damn thing. Photograph that and send that to vaccine@bart.gov. That group stuff. Cute. It's missing. Oh, there it is. Okay. works. I just now read the rest of the email, and I have to include my employee ID number. I haven't had to do that since I was turning in my time cards in the safety department.
Jackie? Did you send out a link for the closed session?
I did, and I'm going to resend it again before the closed session.
I couldn't find it.
It's in your calendar.
Oh, okay, good.
I send it out in Outlook, and it's on your calendar, and I will send it out again.
All right, I'll trust in Jackie.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Foley.
How are you, Robert?
Everything's going well. And you?
I am doing good, thank you.
There we go.
Microsoft Windows wasn't doing so great, but I'm doing great.
Oh,
It's all good.
you weren't scammed, were you?
No. It's just, it's always like the day of Windows decides it needs to update. So
Oh, right. Yeah, right in the middle of a task.
yeah, exactly right. Well, I had all week to do that, but it chose this moment. So all good. Hey, John, how are you?
Doing great. How about yourself?
I am doing super. Thank you. Hey, Jackie, can I ask you a quick question?
Go right ahead.
Did you send the link for closed session yet?
I did. It's in your Outlook.
Okay.
Everyone's asking me that. It's on your calendar. So if you have several things on your calendar, it's all in there. But I'm going to send it out as soon as this meeting starts. I'm going to resend it out to your emails so that
Okay.
it's not colliding.
Okay.
So I'm going to resend it
Super.
out as soon as I get everyone in
Okay.
this meeting.
All good. Thank you.
Hmm.
Okay.
Morning.
Good morning, Liz. Oh, Zinnia,
Oh, look at Zinnia.
So cute.
Her
Good
hair.
morning.
bring some joy to our lives.
Look at
Zinnia
her
is here for once. She's
Oh my
usually
goodness.
not on Thursday, so I thought she'd say hi before the meeting started. I had to lure her in by promising the BART train to play with.
Yeah.
Look at her hair.
See, her hair is so long.
Right. What's up?
It's getting big.
Yeah.
Wow. She's going to be taller than you.
Yes. Like probably in a couple of years.
Wow. Oh my gosh. I know. It's so kids. That gives us hope.
They're already squawking in the background.
Yeah.
Say good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Zinnia.
Robert, she also knows hola and buenos dias. I don't think she'll say it, but if you say it, she'll know.
Hola. Hola, mi amor.
Oh,
All right, audio check from 10:02, Jackie.
Wow. Oh my gosh, she is so cute and she's getting amazing.
Audio check from 10:02. Audio check 10:02.
Travis, you sound great.
All right, thank you so much.
Oh my God, it sounds like air traffic control.
President Foley, you have 7.
Super. Let's see.
She's so good. God, she's adorable. She's so well behaved. Oh my gosh.
Beso, beso.
Yeah, for a moment.
Enjoy
If I
this
keep
right
her
now.
here too long, there won't be any well behaved anymore.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she just said get down. So I think she's
Oh my
saying
God.
goodbye.
Okay, it's time to move on. All right, goodbye. She's so cute.
Find that out and what the layout is, we'll put somebody in contact with you. Well, whether or not it's laid out so that it can serve as a command center. Create an incident command center.
Just from 11. Okay. Thank you.
Madam Secretary?
President Foley, we're promoting Director Simon and we shall be good.
I am here.
Super.
Okay.
All right.
Fair enough.
Super, super. All right, well. Madam Secretary, are we ready to go?
We are.
And it looks like Director McPartlin is back. So with that, let us begin. Well, good morning and welcome. I'd like to call the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District Board meeting of September 9th, 2021 to order. Please note, pursuant to Governor Newsom's Executive Order N0821, public participation for this meeting will be via teleconference only. The meeting is being live streamed and can be watched via BART.gov, and presentation materials can be viewed on BART.legistar.com. Again, that's BART.legistar.com. And for our public participants, your microphones are automatically muted. If you wish to speak on an agenda item, please dial *9 to virtually raise your hand when public comment on the item is announced. When it's your turn to speak, you may need to dial *6 to accept the unmute request. Again, *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. And comments which have been received via email have been provided to the board, and they will be included as a permanent part of the meeting record. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Director Lee,
Here.
Director McPartlin,
Here.
Director Rayburn,
Yeah, here.
Director Saltzman,
Here.
Director Simon,
Here, good morning.
Director Allen,
Here.
Director Ames,
Here.
Director Duffy,
Here.
President Bowling.
Present.
Thank you. We have a
Thank you.
quorum.
Director McPartlin, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I would be honored. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, John. Do we have any special guests in attendance today? Seeing none. All right, well, let's move on to item 2, our consent calendar. To let you know, on item 2B, revision to succession resolution, we will not make any authorization for the Deputy Assistant District Secretary position, as it has become vacant after the publication of the agenda. So with that, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar with the amended item
Second.
2B? All right, I believe it was Director McPartlin moved and Vice President Saltzman seconded. Any public comment?
None.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Director Lee,
Yes.
Director McPartlin,
Yes.
Director Rayburn,
Yay.
Director Saltzman,
Yes.
Director Simon,
Yes.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Ames,
Yes.
Director Duffy,
Yes.
and President Bowling.
Aye.
Thank you. Passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Let's turn to item 3, public comment. This is the opportunity for members of the public to address the board on matters that are under our jurisdiction but not on the agenda today. If you'd like to address the board, please dial *9. Do we have anyone for public comment?
Mr. Tom Hannes, you may address the board.
Good morning, President Foley, members of the board, and BART staff. My name is Tom Panis, and I live at 7345 Fairmount in El Cerrito. Having lived in El Cerrito for more than 45 years, since just about the beginning of BART operations, I have a lot of perspective on where the system has been and where it is now. A lot has changed since those days. I'd like to sincerely thank the BART board for its leadership role in transit-oriented development on BART properties. Since BART's first TOD project, everyone has learned a lot. So of course, for many reasons, I am keenly interested in the BART Plaza Station TOD proposal. I'm so appreciative that you selected a developer who intends to make full use of the planning and height opportunities that El Cerrito's San Pablo Avenue specific plan offers. While pursuing transit-oriented development at BART Plaza Station helps to fulfill many local, regional, and state goals regarding housing, climate, and economic development, I feel it's a moral obligation as well. We have a housing crisis in the Bay Area as well as in the state. Moving this project forward is doing the right thing, doing our part to address that crisis. I think that the proposal that the developers have put forward to include a library in the Plaza TOD project makes an enormous amount of sense. And this would help make the Plaza Station a real destination. Doing so would benefit BART as well as the community. I therefore urge you to express your strong interest in including a library in the entitlement process. I hope that you will let the developers know that you expect them to make sure the affordable housing is incorporated into the project in a sensitive way. I also feel it's very important that the project includes dedicated ADA parking for the library. Thank you for your leadership on this, and thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, do we have additional public comment? Oop, I think you are muted.
Good morning, President Foley, board members and staff. This is Roland Lebrun in San Jose. This morning, the first thing I'd like to do is to thank you for allowing members of the public to join you live in Zoom. But I'm wondering if somebody could please enable closed captioning. The thing I want to touch on today, first of all, is to thank you for your continued oversight of the BART extension to Santa Clara and the convenience and safety of passengers, in particular, when they start using that extension. So what I'd like to do is to give you a heads up on a new proposal I've been developing for the tunnel section, whereby the tunneling would be broken up into 3 separate tunnel contracts. And this was made possible by the fact that there is a train box at Diridan that nobody has thought of. And the reason there is a train box is because stacked platforms at Diridan would never have worked for the same reason they would never have worked at Montgomery, at Embarcadero, or at the Coliseum after a game. So the way this works is if you start, let's say we start from Santa Clara, the tunnel is twin ball. It's a twin ball all the way to the Diridan train box. There is no, cut and cover or whatever on Stockton Avenue. It's unnecessary, it's redundant. Once the tunnel gets to Diridan, we are reverting back to the 56-foot diameter tunnel for 1.5 miles. That takes care of the downtown station with entrances on both sides, just like what we have planned initially. But the difference is that the single ball 56-foot tunnel now ends up on 13th Street. And at that point in time, if you want to fit it out, at some point in the future, you will have a 30-foot centerboard platform at 13th Street. And the only current intervention at that point is a shaft to allow the transition between the single ball and then the next TBMs, which once again, a twin ball all the way back to Berryessa. And what that allows you to do is that you no longer have to eliminate the last 400 feet of tail tracks that you've just installed. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, I believe we have a few other hands.
Alita Dupree, you may address the board.
Thank you, President Mark Foley and board members. Alita Dupree, for the record, my pronouns are she and her. It's always good to be back with you. I'm in New Jersey, and soon I'm going to go to New York and ride the legendary and historic New York City subway and use the Omni fare payment system because I don't want another damaged MetroCard story, and visit Grand Central Terminal, the world's largest railroad station. I'm sure some of you have gotten to see it, if not all of you. And I'm simply just an ordinary user of public transportation, including BART. And I was in the Bay Area about a week and a half ago, and I did enjoy the more frequent and expansive sense of service. It's much easier for me to get back and forth to the Oakland airport and to not have to worry so much about timing things just a certain way. I do ask that when it comes to the Oakland Airport connector, that we include that system in our security plan, that our jurisdiction should extend to include the Oakland Airport station, the Oakland connector vehicles themselves, and the part of Coliseum Station that includes the Oakland Airport connector. I want anyone who comes in and out of the Oakland airport to have the same sense of presence and security that they would have on the core system. So I ask that you not forget about the Oakland Airport Connector. That's very, very important. And, I went to Denver after that, and I rode on the A line, and I was riding the A line and departing from the station at the airport. And you look back, you see the tent-like building. It looks like these white snow-capped mountains. I don't know if you're familiar with this song or with this artist, but I was listening to the music of John Denver, the song Rocky Mountain High. And what a picture of that when you see yourself leaving that building, even on a hazy day. Rocky Mountain High is always with you. I ask that we can have a system that will have the inspiration of that I find when I listen to John Denver's song, how he embraced the name of his city, capital city of Denver. I ask that we build a BART, especially as we go into 50 years, that is great and legendary, and that has a branding that is distinct, much like the Denver Regional Transportation System. And it's all because of this, that BART is indeed the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary?
Caller, you may address the board.
Hello.
Go right ahead.
For the record, this is Clarence Fisher speaking. I'm just here to ensure that when you get to item 6B, that there will be enough time for me to connect. There was a prior item in another meeting I wanted to do, and there wasn't enough time to get my comment in. So I'm just bringing this up in advance. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We will definitely have public comment on all of our items, including 6B.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, it looks like that is it for public comment.
That is it.
Wonderful. Thank you. All right. So with that, I appreciate the public's comment today and providing feedback. Thank you very much for that. And let's turn it over to item 4, our agenda for the Administration Committee, and Chairperson Lee.
Great, thank you, President Foley. We just have one item under administration. It's a change order, and I'll just pass it over to staff to present on it.
So good morning, board. This is Pamela Herhold, Assistant General Manager for Performance and Budget. Today, we are seeking board authorization to execute a change order to an agreement with KPMG for the development of the district's project portfolio management system, also known as PPM. The PPM system, as you may recall, aligns and improves district-wide capital project planning, management, and monitoring of spending and project and program delivery across multiple disciplines by establishing a common singular platform to improve collaboration among BART employees, contractors, vendors, and other third-party stakeholders. This change order will support critical enhancements of the PPM software to better align the software capabilities with BART's specific capital contracts and project needs beyond the scope that was originally envisioned. So we recommend that the board approve the motion contained in the EDD. Thank you.
I'd like to move those items if there's no discussion, Chairperson.
Great, thank you to Director Simon. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Great, the second with Director Dufty. I'll first take public comment if there's any on this item.
There is no public comment.
Thank you, District Secretary. Are there any directors who'd like to make comment? Otherwise, we have a motion on the table. Director Allen, yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering if staff could give us a brief update on, where we are on this project with respect to work that's been done under the $5 million contract to date.
Director, this is Sylvia Lamb, Acting Chief for Maintenance and Engineering. So where we are is we have the tool and it is installed and ready to absorb projects. We have projects in there right now that we're running through a demo to make sure that it fits the needs and the calculations that we're doing, and we're getting ready to transition other projects over into that tool.
Okay, so on a percentage of completion, the implementation of what we paid $5 million for, and I don't really have all the details of what was included in this contract. So what percent are we through $5 million of work?
Well, I would consider that we're through 100%, maybe 98, 99. I like to say substantially complete, right? Because part of the contract was to make modifications and enhancements for BART's specific needs in the way that we're managing projects. I know you've worked with these kind of tools in the past, Director, and you know that they're not just a straight out of the box, one size fits all. So for getting the tool and having it installed, we're ready to go. So I would consider that implementation and having the tool complete. And now what we need to be doing is starting to use that tool. And of course, with these kinds of tools, there may be enhancements in the future for a specific need. For instance, if we're going to do earn value a different way than what we're doing it now, because it makes more sense to do it a different way on a program level versus a project level, there may be some enhancements.
Okay, so usually a contract like this would include a substantial amount of implementation work, working with BART to actually get everyone using it and completely up and running and functioning. So is that where we're at right now? It's up and running and functioning, or is there more of that work to do? And is that part of the contract? Maybe I could ask this a different way. How much have we paid out of the $5 million contract? Have we paid it all out?
So this is Pam. So the contract was split up into two different portions. The first one was $4 million for year one activities with KPMG. Mm-hmm. And what we are seeking the board's authorization for today is to add an additional $400,000 of spending authority to that $4 million. There's also 2 years of licenses included in the contract at approximately just over $900,000 for each of the subsequent years. We are partway through the first year of the first additional year of licenses at a total of about $900,000. Then we move into the second year of licenses next year.
Okay, so does that mean what you just said? Does that mean that we've spent $4 million of the $5 million contract?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Okay, and so at this point, it is left up to BART without additional consulting fees to basically get every project up and running and the whole thing working. Is that correct?
Well, it's up to BART from this point forward. So the consultant has been working with the teams and been very involved in the implementation and working with us on our processes and how we change those and how we customize the tool to use our processes, and the consultant's also been involved in training the trainer. And like I said, Director, we do have some projects that have been in there as a demo to make sure that they work, that we're getting the functionality that we asked for, and we're confident of that. The next piece, though, is really on BART, because we need to get our projects in there and see, that it is actually working. It would definitely be better than what we're doing today, and it's definitely going to be an upgrade to the processes that we're doing and a helpful tool to have in place. But this part is on us to get our projects over there. Now, that's not to say we'll never, ever need support to help us to go, make another customization in the future. I don't want to say that we're absolutely never going to do that. But for now, this would be the normal place where we would take it on as staff and get our projects in there, our project managers in there, and move forward.
Right. So that's why, really I'm asking, is because I've been through software conversions like this and implementations, and I would fully expect that you're going to need additional implementation help going, because it sounds to me like we haven't really, from my definition of the word, we really haven't implemented this. It's been installed and it's up and running, and we've done some sample work, but we are not up and running on this program fully. And so I would expect that there's additional support needed going forward. And so I guess, are we just paying for that as we go, or that's not part of this contract?
Well, this tool, and again, I know you're familiar with these types of tools, Director, is that there is a lot of implementation and customization that you can do yourself. You know, like if you implement SharePoint, there's stuff that you can do. If you implement another database. So if I'm not going to say that we're never ever going to need some help to customize it. You know, we may need customization in PeopleSoft or something else in Excel, just like any regular tool. But we are ready to go. And the implementation of the pieces and the tool have been implemented to a point that we can use it and we can start using it.
So I would like to jump in as chair here. I think we're talking in circles. So Director Allen, if you want to like just
No, I'm not
wrap up your
talking in
comments,
circles,
and then I'll call
but
on President
I will finish up. I'm not talking in circles. I do know what I'm talking about. Okay, so so then I guess what I would like to propose is that we get maybe an update in 4 to 6 months from you on the full implementation of this program.
Yeah, that would be, we'd be happy to do that. That's a great idea.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Great.
Director.
President Foley?
Thank you, Chairperson Lee. Yeah, I wanted to support Director Allen's request to get an update on this. I think that's important as we move forward with this critically important application. But at the same time, I also support the need for this enhancement. I know that when we do system development, we often find areas where we need to enhance the application as it's being rolled out. And truly, as you visualize this application, when you start to utilize it, you realize what it's capable of and the needs that you may sort of develop along the way. So I fully support staff's bringing this to us, and I'd like us to move forward with this. Thank you.
All right, Director McPartlin and anyone else, please use the raise hand function. Otherwise, Director McPartlin will be the last to speak on this because we have a motion on the table.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Welcome to the 21st century or the 20th century. We should have done this a long time ago. I agree with Director Allen that this is going to end up needing surveillance, but we need to end up voting on getting something done that should have been done a long time ago. And I am delighted that we're in the process of doing exactly that. So with that, let's go ahead and get the vote on this.
Great, so what I hear is we've got a motion on the table. There's a desire for getting an update in 4 to 6 months. And I think the tech term here is adoption rates. So I think when we get the update in 4 to 6 months, I'd like to hear more about not just implementation, but adoption. So I'll hand it to District Secretary to call roll on this.
Thank you. Director Lee?
Yes.
Director McPartlin?
Yes.
Director Rayburn?
Yay.
Director Saltzman?
Yes.
Director Simon?
Yes.
Director Allen?
Yes.
Director Ames?
Yes.
Director Duffy?
Yes.
President Foley?
Aye.
Thank you. It passes unanimously.
Thank you, District Secretary. That ends admin, so I'll pass it to you, President Foley.
Thank you, Chairperson Lee. Let's turn it over to item 5, our Engineering and Operations Committee. Chairperson Simon, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President, and good morning, colleagues. We have 2 items on the engineering and operations agenda today. They are both change orders. I would like to ask the board if we can take both of these change orders together as a vote. And my assumption is because I believe, I may be wrong, but they're pretty straightforward, that we don't need presentation from the staff. But before I make that assumption, one, I would like to take these 2 items together, and so I would love a motion and a second.
So moved. So moved.
Second.
But if there are questions from, thank you, colleagues, questions from the board or concerns, please use the hand raise function, and board members, I can take you in that order. And District Secretary, actually, before I do that, do I have any public comments on this, on either item?
You do.
Okay, and how many?
1.
Okay, let's take it. Let's take it before board comments. And I do see Director Ames's hand, and so others, if you have hands.
Alita, you may address the board.
Thank you, Chair Latifah Simon and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. I'm going to talk about B, the substation matter. And this is very, very important. And I don't hear many people talk about the basics of railroading, but as you know, this is an electric railroad, and we have to make sure that the power keeps working. I've been on several systems, old and new, but the Northeast Corridor is getting quite old and showing its age, and more so over a week ago, seeing those viral videos of the flooding in the New York City subway, of which they have over 200 electrical substations for traction power, as well as others. Then they had a power surge about a week and a half ago, which knocked out their communications. We can't let that happen to BART, and I'm not blaming New York, don't get me wrong. I love that system. It's legendary and historic. But yes, there are changes that are going to be made. It's going to cost us some money, but it's going to be investment, because it's no fun if you're inside a train and the lights go out and you can't move and it gets hot and all the people inside, and it just makes things not very nice. So I think that this is worthy of approval, and we have to keep up with our substations so that I can be able to enjoy BART reliably and safely. I ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pree. And we have one, if that is the final public comment, I'll go on to board comments or questions. Director Ames, I see your hand.
Thank you, Director Simon. Yes, so I just wanted to get a recap on the lessons learned and the redesign that happened at the Hayward Maintenance Facility. I know it's a deduct change order, which we don't see too often. So I'd like to get the staff to just explain what happened and the lessons learned from reevaluating the site and what we're going to do next.
And I would, before staff takes on that question, I think it's a great question. And if staff, you could provide a brief summary, and if possible, also provide a follow-up to Director Ames, given that a lesson learned on a project like this, I'm sure there could be lengthy conversation. And I do want to move us along, given that the lessons learned in itself of any strategic project, it could be a long discussion. So if you can give us a couple of highlights and then entertain Director Ames in a longer conversation post this board meeting, that would be preferential to me. Is that okay, Director Ames? Okay, great, thank you. Staff?
I'll do my best, Director Simon. Shane Edwards, Acting AGM of Operations. Director Ames, to answer your question, the initial 60% design was given to us in 2016. And since then, when we realized the entry point for the yard that's proposed in this change order that's involved today, we needed to decouple that piece from and deconflict it from the Hayward Test Track, which is Fleet of the Future, and also CBTC. So what we've done is we've redesigned the yard to have a north entry over industrial at Hayward, and that is the primary reason for it's the primary reason for a change here. And we also, in regards to this change order, the specifications changed due to the change in design, which required less material. And it was going to be cheaper to do it this way than it was to write a huge change order for a change in that. And I can follow up with you later.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I just, the test track conflict, I mean, I'm just wondering how that happened, and we can talk more, but thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
And thank you for the question, Director Ames. Is there any more questions or comments from the board on these two items? Seeing none, I'm sorry, did I see a hand or a verbal hand? Well, seeing none, I want to be clear on what I'm asking you to vote for. In item 5, we have change order for the invitation for bid 9085. That is item A. I'm asking the board to authorize the EDD recommendation, and item B, change order for contract 15EX-140. You all will be voting on whether to move both of these change orders together in one vote. District Secretary, can we move to the vote, please?
Director Lee,
Yes.
Director McPartland. That was a yes. Director Rayburn,
Yay.
Director Saltzman,
Yes.
Director Simon,
Yes.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Ames,
Yes.
Director Duffy,
Yes.
President Foley.
Aye.
Thank you. Passes unanimously.
So thank you, District Secretary. I want to thank staff and members of the board who were able to get the briefings and get their questions answered prior to the board meeting. For members of the public, as you're looking at Legistar and you're able to access the information under each item on the agenda, there are hyperlinks. And so you can look at and read and see what we're voting on. We didn't have much public comment outside of Mr. Preed today, but again, we have discussed these items with senior staff individually as board members and had vetted concerns. So we're taking those two together for two reasons. One, they're change orders that can be moved quickly. And we also have a bulk of information and discussion later parts of the meeting that we need to attend to. So I wanted to take those two together. So thank you, colleagues. I'll hand it back over to you, President Foley.
Thank you, Chairperson Simon. Let's turn to item 6 on today's agenda, our Planning, Public Affairs, Access, and Legislation, commonly known as our PAL Committee or PPAL Committee. Chairperson Rayburn, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President Foley. And we have 4 informational items. Each one is substantial, and I can't promise we'll be nearly as punctual as the previous 2 committees. I expect a lot of participation from the board, and I'll follow the schedule speaking order that was sent out by the district secretary unless there's minimal comments. Let's move to the first presentation on the BART headquarters.
Yes, good morning, Chairperson Rayburn, Carl Holmes, Assistant General Manager, Design and Construction. We're happy to present our final BART headquarters update. We are fully moved into the building, and today we plan to share just a few of the items that are remaining, but also the tremendous success that we're proud to present. And we have today Amelia Sanchez, who has been leading this project. She has been hanging on for dear life as I pulled her off as group manager of HMC, and she's re-engaged with HMC as finalizing this project. But I'm pleased with her efforts in getting us to where we are today. This project is still on budget, still on schedule in regards to getting us out of the building on time to prevent us from having any penalties at Lakeside. And that, if you recall, when we purchased this building, we presented to you that over a 20-year period, this would save the district approximately $210 million. And so our rent was going to double in July of this year. And so this has been a collaborative effort with all departments in terms of being cooperative in getting us into this new building. And so today, as I turn it over to Amelia Sanchez, I also want to say that we have Macia Wiggins with Office of Civil Rights, who will be presenting on the small business participation. That's also an area that we are very proud to be able to share the success. We have also Abby Thorne-Lyman with real estate. As you all know, Sean Brooks had departed of the Department of Real Estate, and she is the acting department manager. And so Abby is taking on this project. Normally, when we complete projects, we turn them over to operations, that being Shane Edwards. In this case, we're turning it over to real estate. Also, we have Leah Turner with Turner Construction, no relation to the firm, but she is an integral part of our team and she is here live in person. You have heard her voice in public comment or in answering questions in previous board updates, but she has some slides that she will be presenting in regards to the success that went beyond the contractual goals with regards to participation. And so with that, we'll turn it over to Amelia Sanchez.
Thank you, Carl. Next slide. All right, just a brief overview of what we're going to cover. We're going to talk about the schedule and timeline update, a few construction photo updates. We will talk briefly about the technology initiatives, provide you an update for the workspace sound management acoustic chair item. And then I will hand it over to the Office of Civil Rights to give you an update on the small business participation. And as Carl mentioned, Turner Construction will also be providing an update on their community benefits. And then we'll go into next steps regarding transition from construction to property management. Next slide. So you've seen this slide before. This is what we were using to provide you guys progress on our construction and relocation. So I'm pleased to announce that we did successfully relocate over 925 employees by July 4th, which was our deadline to move out of Lakeside. We do have 3 items outstanding that will take us into February, but it does not preclude us from occupying the facility. And that is 2 other items we brought to you in May. That's the fire pump infrastructure change and the rooftop access. The final one being lobby doors, which were part of the original base contract. They're just a long lead item. Currently, for the next 4 to 6 weeks, we'll be working on systems commissioning for the boardroom specifically and other items on the first floor, working on the fire pump infrastructure and working on punch list items throughout the rest of the floors. Next slide. And this is these are some photos for us regarding the use of our facility. If you start on the top left-hand corner, this is our OCIO service bar. So this is where staff internal to BHQ and also system-wide can come and get assistance with any other technology devices, whether it's phones or laptops. And it's more customer service facing than we had previously at Lakeside. On the right-hand side, top right-hand corner, we have a typical conference room. And as you can see, all the staff are facing the same direction. It's because we have large monitors in all the conference rooms to allow for more up-to-date experience and for collaboration. The bottom right-hand corner is our training room. We do have 9 of these throughout the facility, which is a nice addition to our ongoing efforts to train staff. On the bottom left, you have our typical workstations, and you can see staff has successfully moved in and is utilizing their space. Next slide. Just briefly on our technology initiatives for a better workplace. So the Office of OCIO focused on these items. Top one being collaboration. So as we mentioned, we now have on average 6 smart rooms per floor. Compared to what we had at Lakeside, if we were fortunate enough, we would have had maybe 1 per floor. We also have the 9 training rooms as previously discussed. Flexibility, we have deployed laptops to all BHQ staff and have enhanced that with secure connectivity to allow for working from home, which is important, especially during these times. We prioritize comfort, widescreen monitors. I said we had large screens in the conference rooms, but we also provided widescreen monitors at people's desks with integrated docking stations. We have seamless Wi-Fi through the facility, and we have sound masking to allow for noise dampening. From an environmental perspective, we have centralized copying and printing on all floors. And one item that also was left off of here was our water bottle filling stations that are on each floor. In terms of communication, we have upgraded to a voice over IP telephone system, and we have company dashboards on all floors to keep staff informed of what's going on system-wide. Next slide. So this is an update for our workspace sound management. We had brought this item to you earlier. Just wanted to provide a quick update where we're at in the process for selection of acoustic chairs for staff to have private conversations. So we are currently engaging stakeholders and getting feedback from staff regarding the options. They are located on multiple floors for people to try and use. We are extending the survey due to our extended remote work policy through October. And if we so see the need to, we'll extend it further out. Next slide. With that, we'll talk briefly regarding project budget. So we are tracking to right now to the 69.635 million, which is inclusive of all board approved change orders, and which is a number that Turner is utilizing to make sure that they obtain their small business participation. So with that, I'll hand it over to Macia Wiggins to update us on current status.
Thanks, Amelia. Good morning, directors. Macia Wiggins, Office of Civil Rights. So just to refresh all our memories, this is was a unique contracting vehicle for BART as a progressive design build. It required some unique collaboration between the district staff as we were rolling it out. It went very successfully. The co-creative process that involved BART staff and Turner has been really successful from the OCR perspective of making sure we're getting to our small business commitments, but also making sure that we're getting data in a very timely manner for reporting to the board and transparency internally and with the public. The numbers have continued to grow, and as Amelia mentioned, there are some punch list items still to be completed. So I'd expect that validated and that actual forecast numbers to change slightly. But as you see at the very second row, the small business participation section, we anticipated our goal of 32%, and Turner is advancing well beyond that, and we expect that to hold up. But this is, again, a really great example of how collaboration internally and collaboration with a willing contractor produces such really good results from an equity perspective in our small business programs. With that, I'd like to hand it over to Leah, who can give us a little bit more info about Turner's unique efforts on this process that they undertook themselves.
Good morning, everyone.
Next
Good
slide.
morning and welcome.
All right.
Thank you, everyone, for allowing me to join you today. My name is Leah Turner, as stated, and I am the operations manager for our special projects in Northern California for Turner Construction. And I am beyond excited to share with you guys the success of our small businesses and the outreach and their participation in the BART headquarters project. As you can see, it was no small feat. It took a lot of engagement. It took a lot of connection and collaboration to make this happen. It started out with specific intent by BART and Turner and all other partners and the community to make this a reality. So we can head over to the next slide. I definitely want to recognize all of the community partners that participated in getting the word out, sharing with their members, engaging with us to make sure that this project reflected the community of Oakland. And a special shout out to the Oakland African American Chambers of Commerce, the San Francisco Chamber of Commerce, African American Chamber of Commerce, and Total 360 for reaching out to Turner, reaching out to BART, and ensuring that there was a commitment around African American contractor participation on this project. They held us accountable, and we had wonderful engagement throughout the remainder of the project, and we're still engaging and forging new relationships throughout, and not just with this institution, but with other transit agencies throughout California. All right, next slide. So this is just a representation of where we started and where we plan to be by the end of this job. So BART had a commitment of 30% of small business participation in the RFP through our capacity studies, which I'll touch on just a little bit. It's not just about identifying all of the trade packages and what small business contractors are available in the Bay Area. We took a deeper dive to look at what can we parcel out to allow for more participation for small businesses, and how do we set that commitment with all of our core trades and all of our other trade partners as we move through this process. So we were able to make a commitment in that exceeded BART's original ask of 32%. And that's the commitment that we signed a contract for. And I am very pleased to say that we are exceeding that with contracts that have been issued to date. And this is where we project to be, the 35.4% based on the current project volume. All right, next slide. So this is just another breakdown of the percentage distribution of contracts awarded. And we made a specific 10% commitment for African American contractor participation. We're now at 13%. And all of these other distribution breakdowns, we're very proud to say these have exceeded our original estimates of percentage participation. One thing I definitely want to highlight is our local participation, which also went above and beyond our estimated projection. All right, next slide. So throughout the project, we've been collecting notes from all of our small businesses on their experience and what this project means to them, the growth of their businesses. They can now put the completion of a BART project on their resumes and as part of their completed volume. So this is not intended for you to try and read because these are photos, but we do have all of these notes from our trade partners that are available for distribution. They've all been posted on Turner's Instagram page and LinkedIn. So if anyone is interested, I can definitely have those compiled and distributed out. All right, next slide. So this is what it's all about. The success of our small businesses. And there are several of them who stretch themselves in this project to meet the call. And not everyone had the experience of this type of work going in, but they can leave this project saying that they did, and it's successful. I definitely just want everyone to take a moment and take in those names. This represents so many different facets of the work and of the building. And some are new names, some are names that you've seen before, but the success of our small businesses is what really did this. And it took us as a general contractor, as BART and our design partners, to not have a typical contractor trade partner relationship. We did this work collaboratively. We understood where there were weaknesses and where they needed some additional shoring up or where they could shine. And we were able to place them in that position to do that type of work. So we're just very pleased with that outcome. And what you see now over the next couple of slides is just a representation of all of that great hard work. And I'll list out a couple. These photos were taken by Big Mouth Productions, a woman-owned, African-American woman-owned business. And we have beautiful photos and videos and the testimonials produced by them. All Bay Area Glass, another African-American woman-owned business, provided all of the glazing, interior glazing. Metro Contracting Group provided the furniture, and Valdez Painting did all of our painting in the space of walls and doors, and we had doors provided by Opening Technologies. So just wanted to share that with you all, and if you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you, Leah. So next steps, I'll talk about the first three items before I hand it over to Abigail. So we have boardroom commissioning, as I briefly mentioned earlier. We're getting the systems up and running, and I'm sure you guys will be contacted shortly to be introduced to the new technology that you'll be utilizing in your facility. City of Oakland final inspection. We have been informed that that is linked to the completion of the fire pump, which will be in November. And we're working through our punch list items throughout the facility. So now I'd like to hand it over to Abigail Lyman regarding the transition from construction to property management.
Thanks, Amelia. So good morning, directors. So real estate and property development is fully coordinated with the BHQ construction team to move this building. Well, we've already begun operations. So we have River Rock, our property manager, is on board and present in the building. every single day. We've got our security team on board as well, and we are implementing the contracts that the board approved in May for building engineering, janitorial, elevator service, and fire and life safety. So that is our top priority right now, as well as making sure all of the procedures in the building that we had in place at Lakeside are refreshed and make sense for BHQ today, and that we are getting staff up and running on new security protocols and other procedures that will be implemented on site.
That concludes our presentation.
So with that, we'll turn it back to you, Chairperson Rayburn. I will just say, even with all of us being in the same room presenting and with face masks, you can't see the smiles on our faces. And hopefully you can feel the excitement that we're at this point. But we can share so much more about this project, but we know that, we have an agenda today. So we're happy to provide another tour. I know you'll get a chance to experience the boardroom in the near future, but we're willing to entertain a tour of the building. Just let us know.
Thank you very much, Carl. And we have a gem in Emily. How she can handle the BHQ project along with the Hayward Maintenance Complex is simply amazing. Tremendous work, everyone, and Maceo and Leah Turner and Abigail. To make this a reality, exceeding our goals, creating those partnerships. Leah, you really helped elaborate on the fact that we have partnerships that are lasting with firms that never knew that they would be working on BART projects before. So I hope it's launched a whole new generation of companies that look to BART for help. I'm going to walk through the list in the speaking order and go first to Director Lee, followed by Directors McPartland and Salzman and Simon.
Alita, you may address the board.
No, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. Let's go for the public comments first.
Thank you, Chair Robert Rayburn and members. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. Good presentation. And I always appreciate the work of Maceo. In a previous presentation, I heard some descriptions. I'm looking forward to when I come to board meetings, not just that I want to see this new boardroom, but to be able to have easy access to the bathroom, not having to go and ask a security guard to open up another door for me to get to the bathroom. So that'll make it easy because I drink a lot of water and I have to take care of business. So thank you for that. In looking at the outside of the building, it certainly reminds me of number 1234 Market Street in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the headquarters of SEPTA, Southeastern Pennsylvania Transportation Authority. And in that building, they have a very expansive lobby with customer service and desk, and downstairs an area for doing reduced fare. I want us to have an entrance that will certainly be inviting and have room for people to move around. As people go in and out of our boardroom, I don't want it to feel like checking into an airport. I want us to be able to have a sense of smoother access to the board space. Kind of think TSA pre-check. It makes things a lot easier when going in and out of airports. So I want us to keep that in mind. I'm glad that we are getting moved in there. We don't want to have to pay rent in another place. But most of all, what I want is when people see this building inside and out, just as when people see the SEPTA building in Philadelphia, see the values that SEPTA emphasizes about basic public transportation, that it's not just about Philadelphia, but I could use a bus to go to a place called King of Prussia. It's a real place. They actually have a very big shopping mall there, a lot of good food. I want people that when they look at the BART building, that they're going to see our BART values, and that one thing is going to come to mind when they see this building, that they will realize and understand and know that BART is the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you, Alita, for those inspiring comments. Now, do we have any other?
Director
public
Rayburn,
comment?
that was the only public commenter.
Thank you, Jackie. Director Lee?
Oh, I thought a couple directors were ahead of me, but
We're just going to follow the speaking order today.
Great.
Yeah.
Awesome. Great. So I want to thank staff for this wonderful presentation. Congratulations to the whole team from BART to Turner to all the amazing contractors for the work you've done. I think we've all now toured the building at different stages, especially the now ready to work in stage. And I'm really proud that we have this beautiful new home for BART and that we did in a responsible and thoughtful way, and we have a new district asset. I also want to thank those who pushed BART to do better, especially the San Francisco and the Open African American Chambers of Commerce. And I want to thank Turner in particular for sharing these wonderful stories of the contractors and firms you partnered with. In my mind, BART is a public good, and when we're able to further our local economy with major projects like the new BART headquarters, everybody wins. So I have a couple questions for staff. Jackie, if you're able to talk a little bit more about the boardroom and the timing. I know for the general public, a lot of folks are really interested in seeing the new boardroom, but obviously, given our world global context, things are changing. And I'd also like to get an update on, I remember there was like a retail space on the first floor, and if there's any update about what's going to be done there, and just generally the public access of the building and what that looks like. Obviously, BART headquarters is for us to run BART and not, a museum for people. But I know that when I toured the headquarters and posted some cool photos of the different floors and lobby areas, people were like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. How can I check it out? So anyway, whichever staff want to take that on, but maybe Jackie first.
Well, the boardroom is still under construction. Right now, they're working on technology in the boardroom. So as soon as that is up and running and tested, that's what we're waiting on. And as far as us meeting, are you wondering whether or not we're going to meet in the boardroom?
Yeah, what kind of timeline you're now looking at? Because I know like maybe 3-4 months ago, we were like September. Obviously.
I think we're going to discuss that collectively as a board, maybe in closed session to see how we feel about that collectively.
Sounds good.
Very good.
Sorry, I had more questions to staff about the update on the first floor retail space and just public access.
It's Director Lee, Bob Powers from BART General Manager. Let me just start first, turn it over to Amelia and give you a little bit more sense of what's going on in the boardroom and some additional information. Amelia?
So the construction has been completed. We are testing and programming the systems. It's a very elaborate system that ties in window shades with the HVAC and the technology due to the lighting in that room. So extensive, it's getting programmed. It is done, it is not in construction. In terms of the first floor retail space, that is currently being utilized by Turner as their construction office. And we do have some outstanding items. The real estate department at a later date, possibly after February 2022, will advertise that for input for vendors that are interested in the space.
Yeah, partnering with the community for opportunities there. So that's a little ways off, Director Lee.
Any other questions, Director Lee? Director McPartland, do you have any comments or questions? No? Director Saltzman?
Oh, I forgot to push the button off. I have 3 comments. The there are a number of things that I could end up drilling down on, some of them with some minor questions, but folks are already working on those. To keep this thing global, this is just absolutely astounding. The work that is being done, the work that is being facilitated, the orchestrating of everything associated with this entire project. And the entire staff that is working and coordinating all this stuff really needs a round of applause by all of us. You know, we really need to end up giving them a round of applause. Secondly, I noticed that when I go into the building, we've got controlled access or identification as we go in and as we go out. I think that's as we end up going forward, if we've got large groups coming in at any given time, the management of being able to do that smoothly may be a little bit cumbersome, but for us to have that as we end up starting the implementation of this building as a BART headquarters, I think is in conjunction with the times that we have right now. And it's a lot better to have it now than to try to ramp it up later. And again, for the decision-making process to do that, congratulations. And lastly, for turning back to the what do you call it, the staff that helped to facilitate this entire thing. I remember that the amount of tension and hard work that people end up doing on this, and this is just a recommendation and personal opinion. I remember that when I ended up taking my wife to Tahiti on an anniversary, I was reminded just about every place that I went that you're used to coming from a place where you have timelines and places you have to be, and everybody else here in Tahiti is on Tahiti time. When we get to it, we'll get to it. Maybe we ought to send all those folks to Tahiti for a week at the end of this thing. Just a thought, just a recommendation. Thank you very much, and congratulations to everybody. And I can't begin to express how much gratitude I have for all the good work that's being done. Thank you.
Great. Director Salzman, followed by Director Simon.
I think all the thanks and congratulations have already been made, so I'll just second all of that and not spend a lot of extra time. But really, I'm very happy with where we're at, and I think this will serve us well for the future. I did want to ask, though, just a follow-up on Director Lee's question about the retail space. I know, we talked about this now several years ago, and I know a lot has changed since then. There was some discussion about using the retail space as a BART store, and it sounds like now that's not under consideration, maybe, because it sounds like the next step is to just go and look to lease it out. So can you walk us through how that decision was made? And if it's not final, can we have a board discussion about it? Because I know unless unless you think leasing it out is going to make us a ton of money, which I just can't imagine, I think it really should be looked at to consider it as a BART store. I mean, just as Director Lee was saying, people are interested in just coming to see the office space. They would love to come to a BART store and just check it out and be in that BART headquarters, even if they weren't in the office part. And it's kind of an opportunity to showcase things too. So can you tell us more about that?
Sure, Director Saltzman. It's not a final decision yet, so it's still under consideration. So when we get closer to that point, you will be informed, all the board will be informed, and you'll have input as well.
So I guess I'd like to bring it back to the board sooner than right when you're making right when you're finalizing the decision. It sounds like we're not, maybe I'm wrong, but it sounds like we're not that far away from that. What is this going to happen in the next 6 months? So I don't, if it is coming that imminently, I don't know how other board members feel, but I'd really like it to come back to the board within the next couple of months and not at the last moment when you guys kind of already have it baked in. Maybe I'm the only one who feels this way, but if others feel the same way, this is a decision that actually I think we're going to have for decades. It either becomes a BART space or it becomes something else. And I think once we make the decision, it's probably not going to revert back to the other thing. I mean, maybe if we open a BART store and it's a flop, I guess then we could lease it out. But I think if we start leasing it out, it's not going to come back to BART anytime soon. So I think a board level decision to make.
Yeah, Director Salzman, look, so, that area is being, is Turner's. They're working,
understand.
they're using,
Yeah.
hang on, and they're using that as, to wrap up. And so, as, as we start progressing in less and less of Turner, Abby and her team will start looking at that space. We'll bring it back to this board and we'll have the discussion. What are the options? What are the pros? What are the cons there? And then we'll have that discussion with you. This will not be a BART GM, decision. We'll bring it back to you with a recommendation, pros and cons, and it'll be very transparent.
Great. And when do you think roughly we should expect that to come back?
I would think at the beginning of the year,
Great.
as stuff, as we start, bringing down Turner's workforce effort there, and Abby gets, a little bit of breathing room. She's got a lot on her plate right now with Sean leaving and everything, but I would look for something from us and Abby's team at the beginning of the year.
Great. Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And Director Simon?
Great, thank you so much. I am going to be a bit repetitive in terms of the thank yous, particularly because last year, 2020, was such a difficult year for BART, for the region, for the world. And our general manager made the decision to bring this item to the board so that we can move forward and stop paying millions and literally millions and millions of dollars over decades to a private company. We all miss Lakeside. We miss those beautiful views. But when this board took the staff recommendation and my recommendation to move this project forward, we not only took a leap of faith, we made a really good financial decision for the district. We've talked about the many players that have made this process successful to date, but it was hundreds of BART staff that touched this project. Not only Turner in making the commitment to advance equity, and I want to talk about that in a second, but it was, your assistant district secretary chasing me around town to get me to sign deed documents in the middle of the evening. This staff worked so hard. Not only the leadership staff, but our day-to-day staff have made tremendous shifts and changes in culture and staff culture. It's been a shift of how we work. And folks have put their hands together and have struggled through to make not only the building process happen, but the habitation process happen, to have staff completely change the way in which they work. So a couple of things I just wanted to remind our board and members of the public that are listening. It was almost 25 years ago when the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights brought forth litigation to Bay Area Rapid Transit for its exclusionary practices in contracting. We have a history in working with the civil rights community post that engagement to remedy some of the many wrongs that we're responsible for, about not engaging other members of the contracting community and not engaging diverse members of our small business community. Of course, like any organization, we can always do better and advance where we are today, but we are light years ahead of where we were. When Turner was awarded this contract, there were members of the community who have walked with Turner and who have worked with Turner, but members like Frank Jordan and Shonda Scott. But we later engaged folks like 360 to ensure that we're only doing this once, right? We're only doing this one time in our lifetime, but to make sure that members of the Bay Area business community, diverse business community, had their hands on this project. And we worked really hard to make sure that happened. Turner was excited to be a part of what could be an extremely progressive landmark decision to involve the whole community, to involve multi-ethnic chambers, not just the African-American chambers, but to make sure that we could all as a full diasporic community be really proud of this community asset, which it is. It's a community asset. With that process, we needed to have an on-site leader to dream up all of these voices and how we were going to make it work and how the space was going to be beautiful, how it was going to be the space that we're going to be in for, at least the next 99 years. And that was Carl. And I just want to thank you, Carl, for all of the headache for making sure that we did this right the first time. Of course, there's still going to be pressure points and how we move back into the space as COVID sort of hopefully trails out in the next few months. But with that said, I'm just extremely proud of our board and of course of BART leadership and staff for making what was a dream for so many folks in management for years a real reality. The public will save money, but we have a home. We have a home and those keys belong to us. So I'm extremely thankful for all of the staff, again, for all of the board, and for members of the public who trusted us in this process, but also members of the public who pushed us and made us extremely uncomfortable in the right ways so that we could get to where we are. Lots more work to do, but again, Carl, I want to give you a special love, and I learned a lot from you in this process, watching you lead. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Simon. Next up would be Director Allen. I don't see her in attendance. I'll turn to Director Ames.
But he didn't raise his hand. I told her to have him press star 9 to raise his hand.
Thank you. Okay, well, I'm speechless. I honestly, I can't even follow that statement from Director Simon. But anyway, I think this was a huge achievement. I actually have experience of moving people on a smaller level, and it's very difficult. It's completely complex. It may look easy to move from one building to another, but it is not. I mean, to think about from HVAC to furniture to equipment, I mean, it's incredible amount of work and coordination. And I just thank the contractors, the staff, the leadership, as Director Simon mentioned, Carl has been great. I mean, beyond great. I mean, I think this is a legacy project, and I look forward to seeing the next steps with the office space. I was thinking about that. Maybe we can share it with a community-based organization and have a store, and we can do something combination. So it represents our values. As Alita Dupree had mentioned, we want our values to be displayed in this facility, and maybe we can come up with a great plan on the retail side, or have it a community-based organization potentially. But anyway, moving forward, I'm really excited, and I just applaud all of these efforts. It's incredible. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ames. And Director Dufty.
Thank you. I'd like to start off by acknowledging our past board president, Director Simon. We hit some very difficult spots, and I think that there was real concern on the part of the Black Chambers of Oakland and San Francisco. And because we had President Simon at the table leading this effort from the board standpoint, I think that things were accomplished, and I really want to acknowledge Turner Construction because they came to the table and really made a deep commitment to achieving the goals that I think we wanted to have this be a signature project that really reflected our values. And so I think that we were uniquely fortunate to have President Simon last year at the stages where we really needed to engender trust from the business community, the small and minority business community. And so I really want to thank the leadership that Latifa pointed out from those organizations. I also want to say that at the earliest stages of this project, I want to acknowledge our general manager, Bob Powers, and the deputy general manager, Michael Jones. At that stage, working with Jones Lang LaSalle or JLL and Tom Maloney, who led this effort for JLL, and working with David Churton from their San Francisco office, and a richly diverse JLL team that supported us in making this purchase. And while Rose Pobletti has retired from BART, the financing that she put together, the package that she put together was just so critical to make this a good financial decision for BART for the next 30 years. And so I think that is extremely important. I do want to also acknowledge Sean Brooks, who was heading real estate during this time. And I was very sad to see him go. I'm excited to see what he's going to do with Berkeley City College and to see the new facilities that he's going to be developing there. But I think that the leadership team was simply fantastic. And then Carl Holmes coming in and bringing his career of expertise with build out and construction, I think was absolutely the right move at the right time. And I really want to join my colleagues in thanking Amelia Sanchez. There was a lot of pressure on this project. There were so many moving parts. And every time that I saw Amelia, she was just so positive and she just radiated goodwill and industriousness and mastering all the different topics and problems and concerns that we had. And, I take my hat off to her and everyone that participated on her team. And I want to thank our labor partners for being very interested in the headquarters and the employees that they represent and providing feedback to this effort. And I want to thank the district secretary's office for keeping tabs of issues that were going to affect us as directors and staying on top of them, and acknowledge our current president, Mark Foley, for continuing the leadership that Latifa provided to make sure that we got to such a successful resolution. I'm really thrilled. I think that this was not a unanimous vote at the board of directors here, and that's completely fine. But this is a day that I really hope that we would have, where we would look at this and say that we accomplished what we set out to do, that we kept our faith with all of the different stakeholders that we had, and more work remains to be done. And there'll certainly be some challenges down the road. It's not Disneyland, or I guess Disneyland probably has its own problems. But I do just want to say that as a director, this is one of my very, very happy days in 5 years on the board to receive this report and to see not just folks in the conference room, but if you look at the Hollywood squares of the board here, I think you see a lot of happy directors that things have turned out so well. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go to President Foley.
Thank you, Chairperson Rayburn. I just wanted to mention that I do support Vice President Saltzman's recommendation to bring that retail space discussion back to the board early. So I would urge the general manager to work with us to calendar that. Director Lee, I have been working closely with our district secretary to discuss the status of the new boardroom and how and when we can safely return to in-person board meetings. So you can point the finger or blame at me if you need to regarding any pause. I just want us to do it right and do it safely. And I want to congratulate our entire BART staff, Turner Construction, all of the contractors that helped welcome us to our new home. As Director Duffy said, this is, a 30+ year move. You don't do this but once in a career, and this is now our home. So I thank you for that. We've done great work. We should be proud of our small business commitment on this project. It's an example of how we can do better. We challenged ourselves. We were challenged by others. We rose to the moment and we moved forward. To former President Simon, thank you for your leadership on this. We could not have done it without your guidance. So thank you. And thank you to our labor partners. I know that there were challenges that came up during the move, and you were there to help articulate concerns and guide us into the right, direction. And I truly appreciate your leadership as we went through this process. And lastly, I simply want to thank each and every employee. Moving is always challenging, never look forward to, and you handled it with such patience and grace. I truly appreciate how much you care about your BART family and really how well you handled this transition. So with that, I will say thank you.
Yes, well, thank you. And this does represent a significant transition for BART. There are so many people to thank. I want to thank Directors Simon and Dufty for their work in working with me as well to make sure that this project reflects the community. We set new goals and we've exceeded those goals in terms of minority participation, small business participation, and I believe it will have a lasting impact on the quality of the firms that we will see bid on future BART projects. This project represents a significant cultural change for BART. It's a downsizing. We've jettisoned paper, we've moved to digital. Each one of us as directors has also participated in that shift. It's significant and it represents our move into the 21st century. Regarding Director Lee and Salzman's comments on the retail space, I concur that perhaps we should consider not just the BART company store, but of course, the existing company store is in our customer service at Lake Merritt. And so we should consider having that opportunity for the public to enter our headquarters and see where we work, to see where the boardroom is, and also to be able to park a bike out front under security cameras. That remains to be implemented, I'm afraid. But I'm very proud of this project and the technology that it brings to bear to make our workers even more productive. So thank you, everyone, for your hard work in making this happen.
Chairperson Rayburn, if I could, it's Bob Powers, BART General Manager.
Please.
Just hold up a second, District Secretary, just a second. So I know there's a public comment there. Hang on one second. I do, if I could just jump in here a second, President Foley, Chairperson Rayburn. It is, kind of a once in, the opportunity to thank Turner Construction is it's important to me. So, the partnership, we got off a little bit on the wrong foot, and under Latifah's, Director Simon's leadership and Bevan and others, we kind of course corrected on that. So first, thank you for your leadership there. But, coming out of there, it really was the partnership with Turner and BART, and there's a couple of people I do want to thank that were really, foundationally, helped us, steady this thing. And so, Julie Heisen and Marcus Gary out of JLL were very much plugged in with Amelia and Rafael Garcia, who was our construction manager out of the Allen Group, and Leah Turner, who's sitting right next to us here from Turner Construction. So there's like a core team people, that when I had a meeting with Carl every week on this project, sometimes, a lot of stuff moving on the project, they were the people that got this stuff done. And the other thing that it didn't go unnoticed to me from Turner Construction, there's three people, and you've probably met them. One was a guy named Bob Boyd, and Bob Boyd was the superintendent, and he had a rough job, managing all of this, and that was his job. But, when the BART general manager, the deputy general manager, or Carl walks down and say, hey, can I get an update on the boardroom, or can I get an update on this? Bob stopped what he was doing and kind of provided an update. From a leadership, that's important. And then up the chain of command, there's two people that were really instrumental on, setting the tone. And one is Lisa Ballantyne, and I don't know what her title is. She's like senior vice president or something like that. And another guy, Merle Bowers. And they were so responsive to calls from me or Carl or Michael about if we thought something was going, a different direction than what we committed to the public and to you, the 9 of you. Lisa was on the phone with me. Meryl was on the phone with me. So I just really want to echo all 9 of you and my appreciation to Turner Construction on their leadership here, and the Allen Group and everybody else that was part of this team effort to get this across the finish line. So I apologize for jumping in, District Secretary and Committee Chairperson Rayburn, but I did want to make a point of there, and I'll turn it back over to you, Committee Chairperson.
No
Thank you.
apology needed.
Thank you, General Manager,
Jackie.
Director Rayburn. I have Doug Parrish on the line that wants to speak. Doug, would
Please
you
go
please
ahead.
dial *6 to allow yourself to speak?
And welcome, Doug.
Star
Morning,
6.
can you hear me?
Yes, we
I
can.
hear you.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for allowing me to say a few words about the BART headquarters project. First and foremost, I'd like to say congratulations to all the participants that made this possible, particularly the San Francisco African American Chamber of Commerce, also the Oakland African American Chamber of Commerce, Turner Construction, BART, and also to our partners at Rosenden who allowed us to participate. Although we wanted to have a larger scope of work, we got in where we fit in. And sometimes you just have to do that on some of these large construction projects, such as a $58 million project like BART headquarters. And I'd just like to say that, the advocacy was definitely there. Initially there seemed to be some a bumpy road, but I think that the board, BART's board, with Bevan Dupty and others on the board, allowed us to work with Turner Construction, and also Turner was open-minded to see that, particularly on the electrical scope, that Rosenden brought in other participants, other small minority-owned businesses, and they advocated for inclusion and equity on this project. One of the things that we shot for was a 10% goal. That goal actually, I'm speaking on two levels on this conversation. I'm speaking as a small business owner of Red Dipper, and I'm also speaking as the vice president of the San Francisco African American Chamber of Commerce. Working with Fred Jordan, our chairman, we worked diligently with other advocacy groups to make sure that we have a seat at the table. But coincidentally, once we got a seat at the table, we need to ensure that we continue to have advocacy and support along the way during this project. And that's where you have, the Allen Group and others that are there, and Carl and Leah, to make sure that once we had any issues or concerns, and there were few for us, we provided some labor to Rosenden. We worked effectively with them from an operations standpoint, from a project management standpoint, and from the union aspect, bringing in key guys that we had under our umbrella already, and then working with the local Union 595 to make sure that we had the right folks on that project. And believe it or not, there was a scarcity of good quality workers. But we're currently working on several of the BART projects. We just need to ensure that other construction companies have the same mindset that Turner Construction has, okay, which means that they are transparent, they're open to include small, diverse businesses, LGBTQ, women-owned businesses, Becky Electric, and others. So we're very proud that we were a part of this project. It's a feather in our cap from a validity standpoint. Once we go forward, we know that all of the boxes are checked. When BART wants to get a small, diverse business electrical contractor to work on their project in the future, they know that Red Dipper is buttoned up solid. We got the insurance, we got all of the other boxes checked, and I think that once when we show that we can execute effectively, then there isn't a lot of hesitation on pulling the trigger to be inclusive. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation. Again, congratulations on a successful completion of BART headquarters. We look forward to other opportunities to work with BART in the future. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you for your kind comments and for your good work. Let's move on to another weighty project, an informational item on Link 21.
Director
Please,
Rayburn.
everyone, pull up a chair.
Director Rayburn.
Yes. Do I
I
have
have
more
one more
comments?
speaker.
I'm sorry.
Clarence. Clarence.
Am I
Hey,
heard?
Clarence,
Yeah.
I thought you wanted to speak on item B.
Right, but I also now want to do a quick note on A.
Okay, go right ahead, Clarence.
Okay. As I'm understanding that there is going to be a lobby where the public will initially come in, that for consideration, since BART is such a new system in the overall things of public transit over the decades compared to centuries of like New York has, potentially in part of the lobby, would you consider photographs showing from the history to current day, you know, including things like the initial construction, the test track when President Johnson was there, President Nixon when he signed for funds to continue BART, and then just the extension programs to, when people come in, show the history, make them know of what BART was, what BART is today, and where we might go in the future. Just something to think about. Thank you.
Very good suggestion. Thank you, Clarence. Now we'll turn to Link 21, unless there are any other comments.
That was it. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Excellent.
Thank you, Chairperson Rayburn. Carl Holmes, AGM Design Construction. I'm handing it off to Sadie Graham, and she will be presenting this item. It's focused on two aspects. One is regards to the stage gate process, which the board had requested that we come back to you on. The other is the market analysis. And then at some point later in the fall, we'll be coming back to you on the value capture. And so as we continue to advance the district as well as the Bay Area, Sadie will be presenting, Andrew Tang, as well as Camille Sao with Capital Corridor. With that, I'll turn over to you, Sadie.
Great, thank you, Carl. It looks like the slide is a little zoomed in. Or next slide, please, I guess. Oh, great. Okay, so thanks, everyone. So just a reminder, Link 21 is a program that is being advanced by BART and Capital Corridor, and we are working in close coordination with the state. The vision of the program is to really transform the Northern California passenger rail network into a faster, more integrated system that provides efficient, safe, equitable, affordable means of travel. So today, as Carl mentioned, we're going to give you a brief update. I'm going to hand it over to Andrew Tang to give an overview of our market analysis, and then I'll talk to you a little bit about the upcoming stage gate process. Next slide, please. So as a reminder, the last time we spoke to you was in May. We awarded some consultant agreements. Those agreements are signed and we're getting them underway to work for us. We also have hired some new staff internally. We have Nicole Franklin, who's joined us as the manager for outreach and engagement, and I'm very thankful for her support. We submitted a $1.5 million raise grant that would allow the program to expand and deepen its work on co-creation. We're very proud of the letters of support we received, particularly one signed by 7 members of the Bay Area congressional delegation, which includes Mark DeSaulnier, Eric Swalwell, Barbara Lee, John Garamendi, Zoe Lofgren, Ro Khanna, and Jackie Spear. So we're going to continue to look to the federal and state for future funding opportunities. And we completed round 1 of our outreach and public engagement that Camille will speak to briefly. And we're planning to hold another round in the upcoming months. So right now I'm going to pass it off to Camille for the next slide. Next slide, please.
Good morning, everyone. Camille Tsao with Capital Corridor on the Link 21 team. Ashley, could you please back up to there? Great, thank you. I'm just going to give you an update on the public outreach that we've been doing. We just completed round 1, and we held 5 virtual workshops around the mega region, shown by the yellow flags on the map. We had over 300 people participate in those virtual workshops, where we were basically informing them about the program and asking them to provide input on the goals and objectives. We had local partner agencies co-host the workshops, and elected and agency officials provided opening remarks. Thank you to Directors Saltzman, Lee, and Duffy for providing opening remarks at some of those workshops. We also partnered with community-based organizations to reach priority populations. Those are the co-creation workshops that Sadie mentioned. And we held 24 of those workshops and involved over 350 people in those. So we're very proud of that effort and look forward to continuing it. Also, we presented to 3 rail committees, one in the Northern Central Valley, one in, the Northern San Joaquin Valley, one in Sacramento, and one in Monterey. So we're going to be continuing our outreach in the fall, round 2. Next slide, please. Some of the key takeaways from our outreach. Oh, previous slide. Great. Some of the key takeaways from our outreach is that we've laid the groundwork for strong partnerships with our transportation partners. And hopefully these will lead to greater support for the program. People are very excited about the vision and what we want to do with Link 21. We're hoping this turns into support for additional funding in the future. We are definitely feeling that, people want our partners and participants want to collaborate. We want to ensure there's transparency and equitable outreach. So our team has been doing a great job with that. We're meeting people where they are. In the next round, we're going to be hopefully going out to more places in the public, in addition to having virtual workshops. And generally, we want to promote the message that Link 21 is not just about moving people between San Francisco and Oakland, although the crossing is a core part of the program. This is really a program that can benefit others in the mega region. So this is something that we want to make sure that we convey. The next slide, please. And then just to touch on the work that we're going to be doing, in the coming year, we're going to be working on program concept development. And when we conduct our outreach, our second round of outreach, we're going to be asking people to provide input on our markets and our service. So there are 4 elements to the program concept development, which you see here: markets, service planning, rail technology, and physical features, which includes infrastructure. So Andrew, in a minute, is going to be talking about the initial market analysis that was conducted for the 21 counties. But we're also asking people, how they plan to use the service or how they have used the service in the past, which will inform our service planning, because depending on how you use the service, you need different types of. You may care more about travel time, or you may care more about frequency, or you may care more about extended hours. So our outreach is going to be focusing on those first 2. And then later on, we're going to talk more about rail technology. There have been a lot of advancements in rail technology. And so we're going to be applying the appropriate rail technology to the service that we are going to be providing. And then finally, on physical features, by understanding the three things before it, we can then figure out what infrastructure improvements are needed, what land use opportunities and constraints there may be, and then continue to develop the program. So with that, I'll hand it off to Andrew to talk about the market analysis.
Hey, good morning. My name is Andrew Tang. I'm the manager of program evaluation for Link 21. So the Link 21 differs a great deal from most transportation projects in that it doesn't start with a well-defined corridor. That it's not BART to Santa Clara or the Capitol Corridor South Bay Connect, which have defined geography. The only line on the map, if you would, is the gray bar that I'm indicating in that graphic, which is the crossing from San Francisco to Oakland. But beyond that, we haven't decided where the trains are going to go. They need to somehow connect with the existing network, and their trains need to go somewhere and turn around and come back. But that all has to be figured out. And that's the purpose of the market analysis, to find out what origin destination pairs have the greatest potential to provide riders on Link 21. And Jackie, if you could click forward once. So to be more specific is to understand which of those green locations, and Jackie, if you click again, or maybe those green locations, do you want to connect to, click again, to those red locations? And of course, we've taken into account travel in both directions, from the east to the west and from the west to the east. I just want to mention that that graphic there is just representative of what we're doing. In our analysis, we actually looked at 126 different locations in the east, the green locations, if you would, and 76 in the west. All right, next slide, please. One distinction I wanted to make before we go any further is the difference between market analysis and demand forecasting. So these two things are quite related, but they're frequently confused. So I just want to explain the difference. So on the market analysis on the left, the idea is to find out which of those origin destination pairs have a large number of potential rail riders. So Jackie, if you could click once. So we're going to look at every single pair from between the green locations and the red locations, all of them, to see which of those have a large potential for getting new riders. With that information, then you can make some decisions about which places are the best ones to serve. And Jackie, if you click again, once you've decided on a specific alignment and a specific service plan, such as the one on the right, which is hypothetical, you can then do ridership forecasting. I can now say for that alignment and that service, how many riders are going to ride it. We will be doing demand forecasting, of course, later once we have lines on the map, but we don't have them yet. So we're doing market analysis right now to figure out what lines on the map might make sense. Next slide, please. So in one more slide, I'm going to show you some results. But before I do that, I just want to explain a few considerations and assumptions. So the first is that our analysis does include induced trips. So for example, if we had improved service from, let's say, Fairfield to San Francisco, more people might want to travel from Fairfield to San Francisco, and we've included that effect in the market analysis. What we don't have is land use feedback. Using that same example, more people may choose to now live in Fairfield, or more jobs might move to Fairfield. That's not included in the market analysis, but we will be doing that analysis in the future in later Link 21 evaluations. I'm about to show you a bunch of circles that estimate rail potential at various different locations. That doesn't mean that those places have to be served by rail. I mean, I'm just identifying good opportunities. It could be that the best way to serve those opportunities is with some other mode, say ferry, light rail, or buses, or maybe rail is the best. The next is equity is a key central part of the Link 21. And as a result, we are double weighting any origin destination market that has priority populations. We're double weighting, and that's similar to what FTA does in its New Starts program. Some assumptions. So all the data that we used and all the analysis of information are pre-COVID. We bought data from the year 2019. Obviously, we'd like to have post-COVID, but we're not there yet. All the assumptions about land use going in the existing and in the future, and about other agencies' projects, are from adopted MPO plans. So for example, Plan Bay Area for the Bay Area. Now, clearly the results depend a lot upon those assumptions. So we did test the market analysis results under a variety of different scenarios. So for example, a lot more work from home, more job growth than expected, jobs moving from San Francisco to out of San Francisco, and so forth and so on. And interestingly enough, we found that the overall market analysis results didn't change much under all those assumptions. So the results you're about to see are quite robust. We did find that the overall level of potential does change with more jobs or more population, but the relative performance of different markets is unchanged. Next slide, please. So now some results. Jackie, if you could click ahead one. So what we found is, okay, back up. First, this map, what this map is showing is the amount of rail, trans-bay rail potential by location in the mega region. And the area of the circle indicates how much potential new riders we might get from that location. So for that big, huge circle sitting in about downtown San Francisco, that's saying that there's a lot of potential new riders coming to and from downtown San Francisco if there were a new Trans-Bay Rail crossing. So what we found is that the highest potential are places near the crossing, which is not surprising since that's where most of the trips are. So throughout San Francisco, as indicated by those 4 bubbles, and throughout the inner East Bay from roughly Richmond to Bayfair, as indicated by the 6 bubbles on the right. Jackie, if you click again, we did find medium potential to places that are a little further out. So for example, Vallejo, Hercules, San Ramon, Fremont, Palo Alto, all of those places have unmet Trans-Bay Rail potential that we could serve with Link 21. And Jackie, if you click once more, we did look at markets beyond that. And what we did find is there are in fact possible Trans-Bay trips from throughout the mega region, from places like Sacramento and Tracy and Stockton and so forth. The potential in those places is more modest, but there is potential out in those farther reaches of the mega region. Next slide, please. So the previous slide I just showed you was about trips. How many more trips can we get by serving different places? But many benefits are really related to trips times miles, right? So to reduce VMT, it's trips times miles that matter. To reduce GHG, it's trips times miles. Or to reduce car crashes, it's trips times miles. So on this map, I've taken everything on the previous map and mileage weighted it. So a trip from Sacramento to San Francisco is now worth more than a trip from Oakland to San Francisco. And by doing this, what you see, the bubbles in the inner East Bay, they've gotten a little smaller because the trips there that are Trans-Bay are relatively shorter. But the bubbles that are further, the locations that are further out have gotten bigger. So Vallejo's gotten bigger, San Ramon's gotten bigger. In particular, I'll note that Sacramento is now a medium-sized bubble, indicating potential for reducing VMT and other mileage weight related metrics by serving that corridor. All right, next slide, please. So this slide is going to be the sort of punchline that summarizes all the findings. So first, we did look throughout all of Northern California at all the unmet rail potential from anywhere to anywhere, including many non-Trans-Bay markets, Sacramento to Stockton, Tri-Valley to Silicon Valley, so forth. And we looked at all of it, added it all up, and looked at how many of those trips use the Trans-Bay corridor. And turns out it's 45%, which we thought it's a pretty big number. So essentially, it's what that's saying is if you want to unlock the rail potential in all of Northern California, the Trans-Bay new crossing is going to be a key link in order for you to do it. Click again, please. So these bullets just summarize what I've just said. The highest unmet potential is closest to the crossing. There's medium potential to several other markets. And then the corridor to Sacramento shows potential for reducing VMT. Jackie, if you click again. A couple other key points are, of course, the unmet potential is greater if if you can provide faster train service, higher frequency service, lower fares. A really key point is that infrastructure in the core benefits travelers throughout the mega region. So I showed that the highest unmet demand is in the San Francisco and the inner East Bay. But if we improve infrastructure there, everyone benefits. So for example, if we had a new standard gauge rail crossing that went from the Salesforce Transit Center to Oakland, then let's say there's improvements up to Richmond and down to Fremont. Now there are past people that come from Sacramento and Stockton can take their trains to the Bay Area and stay on the train and go all the way to San Francisco on a one-seat ride and even ride down the peninsula. People from the peninsula could take a one-seat ride and go to the East Bay and to Sacramento and Stockton. And for that matter, even people in Santa Clara County benefit because there are improvements from Fremont to Richmond. Now we've got faster service from Santa Clara County to the East Bay, Sacramento, and San Francisco. So an ancillary benefit, even those passengers aren't going trans-Bay. Finally, the last point. So market analysis is just one piece of information that we'll be using to create the Link 21 program. Clearly, we're going to have to include input from stakeholders and the public and from policymakers. We're going to be doing ridership forecasting, engineering, and cost estimating, and all those things. And all those things together are going to be used to create the Link 21 program. And with that, I'm going to pass it to Sadie.
All right, thanks, Andrew. Next slide, please. So if you recall, we spoke about the stage gate process when you awarded the consultant contracts in May, and I promised to bring this back to you and provide some more details specifically on the board's role. So a reminder that the stage gate process is it's an international best practice, and it's essentially a tool that's used to control risk and ensure timely and cost-effective project delivery. The stage gates are used at key program project milestones in the program lifecycle, really to memorialize decisions so that we can avoid going backwards and ensure that the project is ready to advance. It's a rigorous and formalized decision-driven process to advance a project and program to the next level of investment. So really to confirm the work that's been completed, clarify future work planned for the next phase, and identify and mitigate risks. Next slide, please. So I do want to note that given the partnership on Link 21, we will be going both to the BART board and the CCJPA board, and staff and executives will be involved in the stage gate review. We have identified a series of stage gates at key points during the program lifecycle, the first of which you'll see early next year, stage gate 1 in early 2022. We anticipate at that point we'll come to you twice, once to present on the item and then the following meeting to come for board action. Here you see the timing of the 3 stage gates and our current estimation of when their timing is, and then we will continue to identify future stage gates beyond in phase 2. Next slide, please. So for stage gate 1, we anticipate staff will come to the board with a recommendation to take action to approve the stage gate. We will demonstrate to you documentation and evidence on why we recommend that the program is ready to advance to the next phase of the program. For this particular stage gate, we'll provide documentation and evidence that the goals and objectives are clear, measurable, and supported by stakeholder community input. The key elements are in place to advance the program, specifically the business case framework, which will drive the program development and project alternatives analysis and development in the next phase. We have a clear work plan for advancing work in phase 1, and we'll demonstrate that public and stakeholder engagement has helped shape and affirm the direction of the program. Next slide, please. So each stage gate will consist of a series of detailed reviews that inform the subsequent reviewers and ultimately culminate in a recommendation to the board by executive leadership. The review process starts with a very intensive review within the Link 21 project team, which will be supplemented by peer reviewers and industry subject matter experts. This will be a very detailed review of the deliverables and analyses and forward phasing of the work planning. Project staff will then present findings and recommend action to the Link 21 project leadership. In turn, the leadership team will advance its findings and recommendations to the BART and CCJPA executives for their consideration, which will then culminate in a recommendation for board action. Each step includes documentation of the work that's been done and identification of program risks and mitigation, and the opportunity for the reviewers to identify and document any concerns. So in the next 2 slides, I'm going to show you some examples of the questions we'll be asking at these stage gates. So next slide, please. So as noted earlier, a key component of the stage gate reviews is the identification and mitigation of program risks. So for the program, we have developed a risk management plan and have an extensive risk register. And we hold quarterly risk workshops to continue to control risk. So this involves really the quantification of potential impacts of risks on our costs and schedule, and also the development of specific strategies to manage those risks. So for stage gate 1, the review will focus on those risks in current phase 0 and how well those risks have been mitigated, and then on the identification of risks in the next phase and how we plan to mitigate those risks. Next slide, please. Another key area of focus will be on stakeholder engagement. Here, the test is whether we've engaged stakeholders at various levels and in ways appropriate for where we are in the program. We'll focus on ensuring that the engagement has informed, shaped, and confirmed the actions that we'll be asking the board to take. And the test isn't just a general sense of what we've done. We'll look for specific metrics and evidence that we can point to provide assurances that we have engaged the community, especially within respect to our equity commitment. So with that, I'm going to go to the next slide, which is forward-facing, just when you can expect to hear from Link 21 again. We will be coming back next month with a value capture briefing. And I anticipate that it's also a significant item. So we'll probably bring a briefing booklet to the board in advance of that so that we can have a detailed detailed conversation on value capture. We also anticipate to come and bring the system expansion policy update this fall for your consideration. As Camille mentioned, we'll have round 2 of the community outreach and engagement in October and November. And we do send out those monthly board updates on Link 21. So if you get those from Val every month, and you can find out more about the detailed project in that. And then, as I just spoke about, stage gate 1 will come to you early in 2022. So with that, I'm done, or we are done, and would love to take any questions.
Thank you, Carl, Sadie, Camille, and Andrew for a very informative presentation. Let's first take any public comments we have.
Alita, you may address the board.
Thank you, Committee Chair Robert Rayburn and members. Lita Dupree for the record, she and her. This is very important, and it looks like things are unfolding more. And I think certainly it is kind of a chicken and the egg issue. And we want to move as many people as possible. One of the complicating factors is that, as you all know, BART has a different rail gauge than standard. I think that's easily solvable by putting a dual rail gauge into the tunnel with a third rail and a high tension overhead wire. The tunnel has to be all electric. You can't ventilate diesel in a long tunnel like this, nor do I want to have any diesel trains on this system. And we have to look for how much throughput can we get. So we have this aging 110-year-old tunnel system under the Hudson River in New York that is straining to do 24 trains per hour in each direction. The Channel Tunnel is able to do 20 per hour in each direction. Their equipment is quite a bit heavier. And so I think our tunnel has to be built to include as many possible types of vehicles that we can. The Channel Tunnel is quite large in diameter because the loading gauge of the Channel Tunnel Railway for the truck shuttles is quite large. It's one of the biggest loading gauges in the world, probably the biggest. And certainly to move this heavy equipment will require a very robust high tension power supply. So we'll certainly have to look at having the appropriate transmission and generation to run this system. So really, this needs to be an aspirational system because to do any less will only prolong disconnection in our community. Freight should be considered as a possibility if the time slots allow it, because the transfer of containers onto chassis can be a very time-consuming and inefficient process, especially when you have to cross pinch points such as bridges and traffic in the city. The rail can help mitigate a lot of these problems. And while I cannot speak to you as a technical expert on railroading, I can speak to you of my experiences, which include yesterday using the Hudson tubes going into New York City. And this must be an inclusive system because BART is the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. Other public comments?
Roland LeBrun, you may address the board.
Thank you, Director Rabin, directors. What I would like to do is to instill a sense of urgency with the new crossing here, because we have to be realistic that the clock is ticking on the existing tube. And the sooner we add some redundancy to the crossing, the better. So what I'd like to propose for your consideration is, we know where the new crossing is going to go. We at least know where it's going to be San Francisco, and there's some debate about where it will land in East Bay. But I would like you to consider accelerating the crossing section of Link 21. Either by moving it forward as a separate project, but quite frankly, I would recommend that you consider integrating with the Caltrain downtown extension in San Francisco, because whatever happens on one side of the terminal in turn impacts what happens on the other side. The east and the west side have got to, basically coordinate. But in closing, what I'd like to do is to take an opportunity to touch on the proposal I submitted to the TJPA last June. Now, we resend it to you because I understand some of the BART directors didn't get it. But I want to explain to you why the alignment goes to Yerba Buena Island, why it's going on the BART, and why it has to go to Yerba Buena Island. And it's for two reasons. First of all, what it does, it cuts both the risk and the length of tunneling in half, because it gives you an opportunity to drill one or more shafts on Yerba Buena Island and launch tunnel boring machine towards San Francisco and Oakland at the same time. The second reason is that it now gives you both ventilation and intervention structure, mid-tunnel, which is something that you don't have right now. You've got to send firemen, all the way down. That allows you to do that. The third one is that it gives you an opportunity, I'll need to mention Channel Tunnel, it gives you an opportunity to build a Channel Tunnel crossover cavern replica, at which point you will never have to single track the entire tunnel again. You may have to single track, half of one of the two tubes. And the last point is that if you follow this tunneling strategy, all the tunnel spoils will materialize on Yerba Buena, and then can be used for land reclamation and mitigation on Treasure Island. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Additional public comments?
Clarence, dial *6 so that you can address the board on this item.
Okay, am I heard?
Yes, you are.
Welcome.
Okay, for the record, my name is Clarence Fisher. I want to comment on slide number 12 of 20, where the header of that slide is there is a significant unmet potential for rail throughout the mega region. And two sentences I want to touch on is the unmet potential increases with faster travel times, higher frequency and lower fares, and infrastructure in the core benefits travelers throughout the mega regions. Okay, we are talking about people taking trips. BART and MTC is basically pushing Clipper. Any and all programs in order to move people faster has to be Clipper engaged. Not everything currently is Clipper engaged. Example, Capital Corridor, which BART is even a partnership in. If I want to go on a Capital Corridor from downtown Oakland to Fairfield, I cannot use Clipper on rail. I have to take BART to Del Norte and then a bus to Fairfield. Same thing, Oakland to San Jose. I cannot use Clipper on the Capital Corridor. I have to use Clipper downtown Oakland to Berryessa and then a bus into downtown San Jose. The other thing I would like this LINK program and the BART board to consider is that all transit connections which are currently with Clipper, that operators be asked to join Clipper. For example, at the Dublin BART station, you have bus systems like Max to Modesto, Smart to St. Tracy Stockton. They are people moving systems into the mega region systems, but those systems, Max and Smart, do not use Clipper. Overall, if people are going to use this mega region Link 21 system, there has to be a simple one fare median. So please include Clipper on your future slides where you promote a single use fare instrument. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was the last speaker.
Thank you very much. If we have interest from the entire board in speaking on this item, I don't know. I see, we'll follow the, I see Director Lee and then followed by Director McPartland and Salzman will follow the speaking order.
Great, thank you so much, Chair Rayburn. And thank you so much again. You know, I know these board meetings are a lot of things, but they're very well deserved. So thank you so much for the presentation and for the huge amount of work that the entire Link 21 team has done. And I want to give a particular shout out to Sadie, Camille, and Andrew for really presenting what's a ton of information in a very digestible format for us and for the public. And, you know, just like with BART HQ, it takes a big team and strong partnerships to move generational projects like this forward. So I want to also give a shout out to folks on the other team. So Peter Gertler at HNTB, Jeff Morales at InfraStrategies, and Elisa Tejedor at STEER. This is really going to reshape what transit looks like in the Bay Area and beyond indefinitely. So this is big. I really just want to focus with my comments here on the stage gate process portion. The truth is that it's unlikely that any of us current 9 board directors will be here through the entire lifespan of this project, unless there's some magic that happens. And it's also really unlikely that it will not be the same 9 board directors here today making a decision for each of the stage gate decisions ahead of us. Which is to say, being able to feel incredibly confident about the decision we'll be making in early 2022 and being able to justify that decision for decades to come is important. So this first stage gate is going to focus on project definition and setting of goals and objectives. But for me, in a lot of ways, making a decision about what something is, especially at such an early stage for something so big, making this decision about what something is also a decision about what something is not. So as we go through our second round of outreach this fall and in advance of the first stage gate decision, I want to make sure we are also being clear about what this project is not and what goals and objectives we are not directly achieving. We also need to be clear about what we don't know, and in some way being able to name what those risks and uncertainties are is also to mitigate them. It would also be helpful to know what we have alignment on now versus what we can have alignment on later, and to be able to present that, especially to the public, without being dismissive, not like, we'll figure that out later, don't tell us about that now, but to be able to present this. So ultimately, you know, I read the SPUR report. I believe strongly in the stage gate process. And what I think I really take away from all this is that the most important thing is to be as fully transparent with the public and with stakeholders as possible. And I would really encourage the team to put all the cards on the table as possible in advance of that first stage gate decision. And that, I think, is going to be what will make me feel most comfortable come, you know, February of next year or thereabouts. So thank you so much to the team again. I'll end my comments there.
Good comments. Next, we'll go to Directors McPartlin, then Salzman, and Simon. Actually, Simon and Alan, I don't see, followed by Ames.
First of all, I'd like to thank Director Lee for her insightful observations that she ended up having, and I just agree with her 100%. This is an ongoing process, and I look at it from the standpoint of two primary things and maybe a third. And the first one is that we have a tendency within BART, certainly as a director, and certainly as each person within the entire BART system, to get focused on the micro portions of public transportation with what we're personally involved with, and specifically with BART, and like I am with trying to get the connection with Valley Link. And this gives us a refreshing look of what the global perspective is of public transportation, not only now in a snapshot, but in the movie version of it, which looks and makes predictions into the future. The second part of that is that, and with that recognition, there's also a certain amount of humility that we have to end up accepting, from the standpoint that we are nothing more than a single spoke in a wheel that provides transportation locally to the populations and connects to all of Northern California. The other aspect that is that in taking a look at public land use, here's where we have to end up embracing the fact that we need to continually partner with the municipalities that we end up serving, because surely it needs to be a shoulder to shoulder and hand to hand collaboration as we end up going forward. And my extreme back to Director Lee, thank you very much for all the work that you've put into this and give us this global perspective. And I look forward to getting them again continuously as we go forward into the future. Thank you.
Okay, Director Salzman.
Thank you. Really excited to see this moving forward, and that we have that it's feeling less like this kind of concept that's floating out there, and we're honing more in on the data. So it's great to see that data today. I agree with Director Lee that the presentation you just gave us right now was very digestible, but I'd love to see this put into the packets and put online in a more digestible format in the future, because I think anybody just flipping through the presentation would struggle to understand the complexities there, would not really understand what the dots on the maps mean. So you have this great data. I just think as we move forward on this project, especially, it's so important to the public that we just have to endeavor to make it easily digestible to everyone, since there's tons of interest, as there should be. I was blown away by the figure about 45% of the unmet rail potential in the mega region going through the Transbay corridor. And I hope we're going to just put that out there on like every piece of Link 21 material going forward, the website, any fact sheet. I think we, especially to all the various decision makers, I think we need to lead with that because, like you said, we have to do some work to convince people that this isn't just like an Oakland to San Francisco project or even, East Bay to San Francisco project. It's a lot bigger than that. And I don't think, people just in common sense thinking, think about how important it is to the rest of the mega region. So I think we have some education to do, and it's great that you did this market analysis so we have that information. I'm really excited you're coming to the board with the value capture briefing in October. I know that's not going to be the last discussion on that, and there's a lot to work out, but I'm glad we're starting to look at it closely early in the process, and I hope that is a viable way to move forward to fund this project and to have ongoing funding for operations in the future. So I'll leave it at that. I'm sure I'll have many more comments at future presentations, and thank you.
Great. Continuing down the list, I see Director Simon. Would you like to make any comments? No? Let's move on to Director Ames.
All right, thank you. Yes, this is quite a project. I think this is the most important phase that we're in, phase 0, I guess it's called. And I'd like to hone in on this, the 4 building blocks that we need to develop further, which I guess maybe this is slide 6. I didn't write that down. But there's this potential market analysis that was done, and I would like to see transparency on how this data was developed, like a feasibility study on ridership and the projections. To me, it seems like the potential market is very broad because people are moving out of the Bay Area and they're telecommuting now maybe 2 days a week. So that market analysis is really key to the success of this project. So I'd like to see a feasibility study possibly that backs up the slide deck. That would be really helpful to really justify this 45% unmet real need. But the biggest component of these 4 building blocks to me is this physical features. So we've got potential market, service planning, rail technology, and then there's physical features, which is driven by rail network constraints. And, we have an asset that we're using, the rail system, that's not ours. It's privately owned. It kind of reminds me of PG&E infrastructure. I mean, it's very old. We don't know a lot about the infrastructure. We don't know the vulnerabilities, the risks. I have repeatedly brought up this drawbridge, rail bridge that Capitol Corridor uses, which is essential to our service. It's actually critical if that bridge goes down in an earthquake, which, this is the bridge between Benicia and Martinez, for example. This asset, we don't really know much about. Not to mention the entire rail asset is privately owned. So I don't know how we're going to get this information. I don't know how long it took to do measure RR and develop the asset plan and the asset management of what needs to get replaced and when, what is critical, what can be delayed. But we need to get this data in this phase. This phase is extremely important to get all of this data to be transparent to the public. Where are the vulnerabilities? And as Director Lee said, maybe we have a vulnerability and this is how we're going to mitigate it. I really like that idea to kind of document what we know, what the risks are to this rail system that we're dependent on to get over to San Francisco. And then finally, I talk about freight a lot because the system is owned privately. The rail system is owned by Union Pacific and BNSF. And we don't talk about freight and freight growth. And I've met with the ports. They're all growing except for Richmond. I don't know, maybe they changed their plans, but there's 5 ports in the Carquinez Strait. And I would like to get what is the freight growth, just like ridership growth, because we share this infrastructure and it's not ours. So I hope we can collaborate. We talked about meeting with 300 stakeholders. We had 5 workshops. We have CBOs involved, 21 counties. But I haven't heard anything about Union Pacific sitting at the table with the ports and finding out what is the freight growth. And we do need a consultant or somebody to help us with that, which is what I brought up the last time when we tried to award, when we awarded this contract to go to the step. So I hope this makes sense that we need to get a feasibility study on the ridership growth for our passengers and also for future passengers and also for freight. And I would like an asset management plan that we know what assets are going to be replaced and when. And we don't have this information because it's not our asset. I think if we have this data, we've got the building blocks, and phase 0 will be our legacy, honestly, to move this to the next step, because we're probably not going to be around in 20 years, as Director Lee mentioned. So we got to get this right. And I hope this makes sense. So I don't want to belabor this, but it's a huge undertaking, and I think we need more staff to help us do this endeavor. Thank you.
Okay, Director Dufty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to strongly associate myself with the remarks by Director Lee, with the exception of her prognostications as to our longevity, and indicate that.
That's what I'm saying. Speak for yourself, Lee.
And I just want to say to Sadie Graham and the team that it's really encouraging. I think that, you know, a lot of good things are happening. I do very much agree that I think that this is presented in a format that we can share with the public. I do think, and Director Lee and I did participate in you know, a San Francisco workshop. I think we really have to work at the outreach, because this, again, is a project that's not on people's doorsteps. And so I think that there's a tendency to kind of not focus, and then, you know, jump in at a latter point. And so I think that this is kind of one of the critical elements. And many of us on this board have been involved with outreach and public participation in different ways. So I think that there is room to take the talent and to take the message and to take the information. And I think my focus is, how do we engage people to really think about it, not just from the standpoint of transportation, but really from the standpoint of economic development and opportunity as well. You know, I have talked about developing a transit citizenship curriculum that could engage high school students in and around the Bay Area around all of the investments that are going to be made over the next 30 to 40 years to address climate change and global warming, and to create a society that is more focused on transit and less focused on single passenger automobiles. So I do think that this is something that, you know, today's presentation is going to energize me to think about more ways to get in front of people who are going to definitely be here. You know, our high school students are going to be here. I look at this and say, my 14-year-old is going to experience this system. And I think that that's something that that to me is a bit of magic that we can create here, is to really getting young people thinking what it's going to be like to just walk a few steps or take a Muni ride and be able to connect to high-speed rail and go and see friends or family in Los Angeles. So I think that there's some fun things that hopefully those of us in roles as directors can engage with, you know, with our communities and get them to really be part of this process, and not just have a handful of people who are wonderful advocates and go to everything and know everything that's going on. That they have a very important place, but I think that there's an opportunity to take it further. And so I hope that we can do that with Sadie and Bob and our team. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And President Foley.
Thank you, Chairperson Rayburn. I simply wanted to say thank you to Sadie, Andrew, and the team for this thorough presentation. I certainly support staff's recommended approach, and would also like to associate myself with Vice President Saltzman and Director Lee's comments. I would also ask that for future presentations, we include a narrative that helps highlight some of the key elements that might be lost. There's a lot of data in these slides, and I think it's really important for the average, you know, sort of viewer of a BART meeting or a rider to really take away what's key about all of the data that's being shared. So I look forward to seeing that on future presentations. With that, I'll turn it back to you, Chairperson Rayburn.
Thank you. And I'm very appreciative of seeing the methodical approach that's being taken in data gathering. I cut my teeth on origin destination studies over 35 years ago, and the magnitude of this project is just phenomenal. And there's a lot of rich data to be mined. It's hard to really glean the chaff from the wheat in this endeavor. But as somebody who's been responding to mayors in Oakland and in the city of Alameda about where's that line going to go, I do look for a little more clarity on the definitions. When we talk about stage gates and programs versus projects, I mean, it all comes down to where does the line go, and can you really justify it? So I hope to get it distilled to those kind of simple, so-called simple objectives that we can share with the public. Thank you again to staff for this effort. Let's move on to our next item, the sustainability report.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson Rayburn. I will introduce Rajiv Dabir. He's Group Manager of Sustainability, as well as Michael Cox, who is the Principal Performance Analyst.
We're just waiting on the deck to come up, Chairperson Rayburn.
Okay.
So this is the.
Go ahead.
Okay. So on August 17th, we released our 2020 sustainability report, which summarized BART's progress towards achieving our sustainability goals in calendar year 2020. Today, we'll be providing an overview of that report and discussing the sustainability team's priorities going forward. Next slide, please. Next slide. BART has a sustainability action plan that details the district's goals and actions up to year 2025. And we release a report each year to document our progress on meeting those goals. Next slide, please. In our sustainability action plan, we have 7 sustainability categories as shown by the icons of the Venn diagram to the right that align with APTA's sustainability indicators. We also have 55 actions and 118 sub-actions, which help guide our priorities as we strive to meet our goals. Different BART departments lead implementation of these actions, and we report on each action status in our annual reports. Next slide, please.
These are some of our key highlights from 2020. And one I want to specifically point out is in the middle square with the green leaf icon. Last year, 100% of our contracted electricity was greenhouse gas free. During the pandemic, we had a lower energy demand because of our service adjustments. So we were able to shift to using power from hydroelectric and solar sources more easily instead of fossil fuels. Next slide. In our report, we have a number of case studies that dive into some stories. And one I want to highlight specifically is the completion of our central warehouse at Hayward Maintenance Complex, which will serve as BART's primary warehouse and distribution operations center. The building earned a LEED Silver certification for incorporating green building best practices. So we recommend you look at the report to see more details about that and some other stories as well. Next slide. So in our sustainability action plan, we have performance metrics and targets for each of our 7 sustainability categories, and we report on those each year. To orient you on this chart, the headings and icons represent each of the categories, and the columns on the far left are the metrics that we're tracking within each of those categories. The 3 metrics I'm going to focus on today are our total energy use, total greenhouse gas emissions, and total potable water use, which are the first 3 lines there. The second column in the table are the units that we're using to track the metrics. And for those 3 metrics, you'll see that we divide the total resource use by our vehicle revenue miles. And we do this to normalize the data so that from year to year, we can compare how efficiently we're using our resources to provide proportional levels of service. On the far right are our targets for 2025. And these targets are percentage reductions from a business as usual scenario that projects our resource use in 2025 based on a 2015 baseline. In terms of our trends for the past year, for our total energy use and total water use, our metrics did trend upwards. Although we used less energy and water in 2020 than in 2019, due to the service changes during the pandemic, our vehicle revenue miles declined at a faster rate. And since that's in the denominator, those metrics both went up. And we're expecting that to continue to be the case for 2021 as well. But for our greenhouse gas emissions in 2020, we met both our committed and aspirational targets, largely due to our 100% greenhouse gas-free contracted electricity supply. For the rest of the metrics and the other 5 categories, I won't go into detail. We report on some of those metrics in other contexts like our TOD policy and our quarterly safety reports, which are available on the BART website. And for other metrics, we didn't have an update this year, but please take a look at the report and the slides if you want more information, and we'll be happy to take questions at the end of the presentation as needed. Please skip to slide 9. So in our action plan, we have 118 sub-actions that we intend to complete by 2025. And these actions help guide our priorities within each of the sustainability categories. And the chart on this slide shows the current status on these actions as of the end of 2020. So on the y-axis is the number of actions, and the x-axis is the approximate completion status. So far, we've begun progress on 77% of our actions, and 39% of our actions are complete or are being completed on an ongoing basis. For the actions we haven't started, many are related to our waste management plan, BFS training, and our local hazard mitigation plan, and these will be priorities in the upcoming year. Next slide, please. So to summarize the sustainability group's priorities for the next 2 years, on the energy front, we'll be bringing 2 new renewable power purchase agreements online in 2021, and that is slated to be an agenda item for the September 23rd board meeting. In light of the drought on the water side, we are hoping to collect more data about our water use at shops and yards. Right now, our data is at the site level, so it makes it difficult to come up with standard operating procedures. So we're looking into some technology solutions to get more detailed data about some of our processes there. Next slide, please. And finally, we'll be looking into funding opportunities at the local, state, and federal levels. And in terms of communication, we're hoping to leverage the growing awareness about climate change and drought to continue reiterating the importance of BART and the sustainability benefits that we provide. So that's it for this presentation. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Rajiv and Mike. I think I'll forego working through the list. So if you have questions from the directors, would you please just raise your hand? Jackie, would you please share any public commenters we
I
have?
will. Alita, you may address the board.
Chair Robert Rayburn, members, Alita Dupree for the record, she and her, thank you. Good report. It's good that we're talking about this more. I'm very encouraged that we are buying 100% greenhouse gas-free power. That's a very big step. I think Seattle is the only other system that is able to do that at this time. They don't use anywhere near as much electricity as we at BART do. And on the various systems that I rode over the last few days in Denver and on Amtrak in Philadelphia and Washington, I don't think they're anywhere near that. And so I think we're setting a good example going forward of building a railroad that even at this very stage is not generating any emissions and particulates. I'm hoping that we can stay on this finishing of the renewable power system so we can get to the next level and not be dependent on the whims of the river. With hydro is subject to drought. We unfortunately don't have access to Niagara Falls, which basically runs all the time pretty well, although I don't think even the New York City subway gets any of that power. We have to be forward thinking. I think back to our last meeting when we bought garbage trucks, and we had to buy garbage trucks. I mean, it was just a rock and a hard place. But how can we think of today that if we need to buy garbage trucks, that the next ones are going to meet our sustainability goals? So I think we have to be thinking today about the things that we want to buy tomorrow and to use our purchasing power and our policy making power to tell those that supply us to make products that meet our sustainability goals. And that way we can drive the demand for that. And this is an example that everybody should be following. And I still am very bullish on the work with Clipper and open payments. You know, it's not just that paper tickets aren't sustainable. It's also when you look at all of the vehicles that have to transport the duffel bags of money back and forth. How can we encourage people to use their digital payment to pay for things so we're not running around with the bags of money and burning fuel in the process and putting people at risk? A safer system and a green system reflects the ideal that is the people system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other comments?
Olivia Rocha, you may address the board.
Olivia, welcome.
*6. Olivia, dial *6 to unmute yourself. Well, Director Rayburn will try to come back to her if she.
Okay.
Okay.
Please keep trying.
Alrighty.
I'll turn to just the hands that are raised. I saw Director Ames first, followed by Director Salzman.
Director Rayburn, yes, I'm interested in the resource conservation metric. I just want to ask Jeff, are we tracking the resources needed to use the raw materials that are going into possibly a green product? Are we tracking it from like cradle to grave? That makes sense. The resources that we're using for, say, solar panels or electric vehicles, like the lithium, for example, resource.
Yes, Director, this is Rajiv, Group Manager Sustainability. We are tracking Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions only for a greenhouse gas. And that's primarily our electricity use and which is contracted power, which is 100% greenhouse gas emission free. And then any emissions resulting from our operations, basically, the NRV fleet as well as our train fleet.
Okay. Well, thank you for that, because I've got a hold, I haven't got this book yet. It's called Bright Green Lies. Okay. And it talks about mining of Bolivia, which has a source of lithium that, and lithium is quite inefficient compared to other products out there. I guess it's petroleum products. But in looking at this green movement, we're actually creating another problem by mining these materials, and they're in short supply, and there's no way that we would meet these energy goals that potentially we could achieve zero gas emissions or greenhouse gas emissions by a certain date. So when we go forward with these projects, like for the solar panels, I'd like to know, where were these solar panels made and where were the materials from? Because what's happening also, it's noted in this book, I saw an interview, but we took out 2 islands in Indonesia for silicon. So I'm just saying that this green revolution has downsides, and we should know where these materials are coming from if we're going to deploy this green infrastructure. That's a high level comment, but anyway, we can't solve this right now, but it's just problematic. Thank you.
Okay. Is Olivia available?
Olivia, were you able to dial *6 to unmute yourself?
Let's go.
No luck,
to
Director Rayburn.
Director Salzman.
Thank you. Thanks for the report. I did read the full report, and I hope other board members were able to read it, because there's a lot more in there than in this presentation. Obviously, they would have had to spend, over an hour making a presentation if they had told us everything, but it's exciting to see how much progress we've made over several years. There's always been sustainability efforts at BART, but it's kind of newer that we have it all together in one action plan. And so it's great that even though it's new and even though there was a pandemic, we've made so much progress. I did want to note, I am a little disappointed in the progress or lack of progress in the waste reduction area, which wasn't really covered in this presentation, but is in the report. I understand some of it was delayed because of the pandemic, but I really do hope to see some progress by the next report, because some of that seems like low-hanging fruit, getting more recycling, getting more composting. I understand doing things at BART is more complicated than just starting to recycle or compost at home, but it does still seem like easier things than some of the other projects we're doing, like building thousands of new homes. So I hope to see some progress in that area so that we can really bring us up to the level of all the other areas where we've made such great progress. And thank you to everybody working on all these issues.
Okay, thank you. Let's try Olivia one more time.
Okay. Olivia, are you able to unmute yourself? *6 to unmute yourself.
I hear nothing. So what's that?
Nothing at all.
Okay.
Your telephone number to call it?
No, I do not.
Okay.
She has her name up there. And I don't have a number for her.
I will close this
She's
item.
on a computer.
Okay, I'll close this item with a few very brief comments. One, I'm excited about the prospect that our new BART headquarters provides us to actually measure the amount of waste coming from just BART. And I look forward to seeing the progress being made in our transition from paper to digital. As well, I want to comment and share my own priority for creating a car washing facility that uses recycled water. The rooftops at the Hayward Maintenance Complex include the largest buildings that we own at BART, and they were designed with the idea of being able to capture rainfall into giant tanks. And I would love to see that project move forward, get the grants, do whatever you have to do. It's a public-facing project. Our passengers like to look out clean windows of the cars, and water is near and dear to all of us Californians. So let's see what we can do in that regard. Let's move on to the next item, which is the discussion of the vehicle charging stations.
Yes, Chairperson Rayburn. So I'll introduce this item by passing it on to Val Minotti, who also will be utilizing Rajiv Dabir and Monica Maher, who's the Manager of Special Projects on the EV charging. With that, I'll turn it over to Val Minotti.
Great, thank you, Carl. And if you could pull up the presentation. I wanted to highlight a few things before I hand it over to Monica. The first, in your packet, in addition to the presentation, you have found a 2-page draft policy. And so the intent is that we would bring that back later in the year once we take in your comments and public comment today. In Monica's presentation, in addition to kind of highlighting the policy, we'll also speak to staff's approach on implementation. 2 more things I wanted to highlight is the team is going to be working quite closely with Abby and make sure what we're doing with electric vehicles is aligned quite closely with the TOD program. And finally, the intent here, and Monica will go into more detail, is to do some more outreach. We have done some outreach to date, but we want to make sure we bring in perspectives from a bunch of different stakeholders, which Monica will highlight. So with that, Monica.
Great, thanks Val, thanks directors. Next slide, please. Now is a good time for BART to adopt an electric vehicle charging policy. There's a lot of support for EV adoption and charging infrastructure. Both state and federal executive orders have set goals for zero emission vehicle adoption. This policy would also align with other BART board adopted policy. Our station access performance measures have a goal to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from passenger trips to the station. The only way to do this for passengers who must drive is to switch them from standard internal combustion cars to electric vehicles. The sustainability policy has goals for reducing employee impact and increasing the efficiency of our non-revenue vehicle fleet. And I'll also discuss later how we would work with TOD. Next slide, please. EV adoption is increasing in California, especially in the Bay Area. This state has a lot of programs to increase adoption, including the 2 I highlighted in green, which are specific for low and moderate income households. This is important because in the Bay Area, adoption still lags for this population. We're seeing better adoption in higher income zip codes. Adding EV charging at BART parking facilities can help with low and moderate income adoption. Next slide. Looking at specific barriers to EV adoption, the first one is cost. The programs I mentioned help address this, and we're also seeing an increasing secondhand market for EVs. The next 2 barriers BART can help alleviate. The first is range anxiety, which is real and perceived, and it's the concern that you won't have enough charge to get where you need to go. This is solved by having more public charging so people see charging and feel comfortable that they can charge their vehicle when they need to. If BART has ample EV charging at our parking facilities, we can ease range anxiety. The last barrier is specific to low and moderate income individuals, and it's the lack of access to charging infrastructure. This group is less likely to be able to charge at home. This is solved by more workplace and public charging, of which BART is both. We provide workplace charging for people who commute via BART and public charging on nights and weekends, especially for people that live in walking distance to BART. Next slide. We've talked with a lot of people at BART and externally about this policy. Before returning to the board to finalize, we will engage these stakeholders again to get specific feedback and reach out to some more environmental groups. We've heard a lot of support for adding EV charging to BART stations, especially in disadvantaged communities. Next slide. So a summary of the policy: BART is a leader in environmentally friendly transportation, and we have a lot of parking. So these 2 points together make us well poised to support equitable EV adoption and encourage BART ridership. The goals of this policy include greener and healthier communities through greenhouse gas emission reduction by providing EV charging at BART locations. This aligns with our board adopted sustainability policy and station access performance measures. We want to ensure equitable access to support equitable EV adoption and focus on intelligent and scalable operations with a particular focus on reducing overall cost to the district. These goals will be achieved through our strategies to provide access for all at passenger parking locations, defining technical requirements and including them in the BART facility standards, and forming partnerships, again, specifically focusing on lower district cost. Next slide. More specifically, the policy has a goal to provide EV charging at BART locations, and this provides details about those locations. We'll provide charging at station parking facilities and BART-owned park and ride lots, and we'll collaborate very closely with TOD to ensure that we're not installing charging infrastructure at surface lots that will be developed by TOD in the next 10 years. We'll target the 6 shops and yards for employee charging and our non-revenue vehicle fleet. For our non-revenue vehicle fleet, we'll also look at other locations where our fleet is housed overnight, such as the Met Building, parking lots near BHQ we don't own, and BART stations for the police fleet. Next slide. That's the proposed policy. I'll now speak to the staff approach on implementation. We plan to have these charging stations installed, owned, and operated by a third party. We need to determine how to phase implementation and prioritize installation locations. Again, close collaboration with TOD will be required to make sure we have no impact to their developments. We want to ensure equitable access across income levels and station typography, to name 2 of many factors. And we also want to be opportunistic with both available funding and other projects that may impact parking, so we're not disrupting customers more than necessary. Next slide. Third-party ownership also allows us to reduce direct costs to the district. The initial capital cost and ongoing operational costs would be covered by the third party. There are some grants and larger funding opportunities the third party might be able to secure, and we would work with them to help as needed. I do want to note that these funding opportunities rarely cover internal soft costs, so BART should expect to allocate at least some budget to include our internal costs for coordination. Next slide. In working with the parking teams, we don't anticipate any changes to parking fees or enforcement. Next slide. The last thing to touch on is our non-revenue vehicle fleet. We have been working with our fleet team regarding fleet electrification alongside the policy development. We have identified some subsets of the fleet that require replacement and have an electric option on the market. We also plan to coordinate with them as vehicles or equipment need replacement to check market availability of electric versions for an additional pilot. With that, I want to thank you for your time and look forward to your questions and comments.
Thank you very much, Monica and Val, for a very a tremendous amount of work so far. Before we turn to public comments and hear from all of the board, I want to share a procedural suggestion, and Val hinted at it. We've been talking about this policy for several weeks, in fact, just hours after the last board meeting. And we can all agree that a shift from the internal combustion engine to a wide array of battery electric vehicles, including 2-wheeled varieties, represents a noble environmental goal for the planet. Leaders like Norway and the Netherlands have made progress in giving EVs significant cost advantages. In the US, however, low-income populations are not the market for the best-selling EVs. How the US performs in removing the cost barrier to equitable EV adoption will depend on the infrastructure bill and many other elements, along with the implementation of a widely available charging stations. This is a massive endeavor for BART to take part in. I'm getting some noise here. Can we quiet the, oh, thank you. This is a massive endeavor for BART to take part in. Like other technological innovations, there exist risks that are multiplied by the number of car and bicycle parking spaces. One thing I have learned from reviewing the scientific literature is that the template for creating a charging infrastructure and payment system at BART is not available, especially in the English language world. With the BART board's concurrence, I propose that the staff publicly engage stakeholders from university transportation programs, environmental groups, including the Sierra Club, 350 Bay Area, Green Lining Institute, and many others, and think tanks like the International Council on Clean Transportation. The goal is to solicit advice to the BART board on a charging policy that will help BART succeed in adopting EVs in our own non-revenue fleet and incentivize EVs over the internal combustion engine. So I've injected a little additional public input request here. I hope everyone will concur. Let's go to public comments and your comments. Jackie?
Leah, you may address the board.
Thank you, Chair Robert Rayburn, Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. This is very, very important. I've been involved with electric vehicles since 2002, I think, actually maybe a little before that. I drove my first Prius test drive, I think, in 2001. And I support this agency getting involved with charging, and it's a very heavy lift. I have never owned real estate. I've never had control over a garage. The biggest stumbling block to me getting an EV is lack of charging. And as long as there aren't that many EVs sold compared to internal combustion cars, we don't have as much economy of scale, and therefore it's harder to drive down the costs for the lower income folks who do need to have a car to drive. And so our lower income equity communities aren't able to access all the benefits of EVs because we're not making as many of them as we would hope. So I remember we had our Warm Springs adventure 4 years ago, and we talked a bit about EV charging at Warm Springs. And charging technology is evolving. I hope we'll get into some more of the inductive charging. We have to make sure that these charging facilities are secure. We don't want the cords to be tampered with in any way. We want to make sure that there's a good customer experience across the board. So we have to engage in what is the best technology that we can use so that everybody will have a good experience. And that means ideally as few moving parts as possible. Really, it's going to take a lot of people to come together. You know, I had an electric bike once. I named it Muni. I enjoyed it. I was going to get my motorcycle license, which I still haven't yet. And I was going to buy an electric motorcycle, full size highway speed electric motorcycle. And I was going to name it BART in honor of this system that I care about and that I enjoy being a part of. So I'm looking forward to us having some contracts and doing some work for us to hopefully have hundreds of these charging stations available, so people who leave their cars all day can take advantage of the slow charging, especially managing our demand. The more people, I want more people on BART so they can enjoy the benefits of the people system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree, for your thoughtful comments. Do we have other public comments?
We do not.
Well, let's move through the speaking order, starting with Director Lee, followed by McPartland and Salzman.
Great. Thank you again, Chair Rayburn. Thank you, Val and Monica, for your presentation. I got the briefing beforehand, and I think in this presentation, I think you've done a good job of helping us and the public understand the different issues to consider. And I appreciate in particular this question of how to appropriately balance our land use needs and all the different policies that have been set throughout the years by this board. I do believe that our TOD policy and the targets that were set around affordable housing take priority. And it is absolutely the best use of BART land and best serves the BART system when we are building affordable housing. So with that said, it's important still to be very thoughtful about how we shape this EV policy. So just a few thoughts I have. I think I've shared all these with staff already. First, it would help us to better understand what land and specific parcels we have at our stations that would even be developable and ready for EV charging. And fortunately, a lot of that work has already been done by a real estate team as part of AB 2923 implementation. Second, as Monica mentioned, there's significantly more state and federal funding available for building out EV infrastructure. And so it would be helpful for us to understand, what that bill, so it's, as you stated, more around infrastructure and there's different metrics to meet. We should figure out how we can actually build that into the policy we're forming, because ultimately I would like a way to maximize those dollars as much as possible. And, that's one of the considerations here. And what I'm saying is, like, we shouldn't be spending money on EV charging. We should be taking advantage of the federal and state dollars available. Third, whatever EV charging technology we use, whether that's in-house or third party, I want to make sure it's as open source, adaptable, flexible as possible. I would be really concerned with us, EV technology is still quite nascent. And so I would be worried about locking us in with any type of technology that either becomes obsolete or expensive, or we end up sole sourcing a lot of stuff. Fourth, this question of in-house or third party, my understanding is that staff has already begun talking to unions. And I think that that's really important for us to better understand whether an in-house, third party, or hybrid approach makes sense. But obviously that's more down the line. And then lastly, I don't know if you have an answer to this. I have no understanding of what the demand for EV charging at our stations would be. So just like where there's high EV usage, where it would be helpful to create more public infrastructure for EV charging. I am not in the income bracket that can afford EVs right now. So I don't even know like where this kind of infrastructure exists and what the demand is. So as we build out this policy, I know that this will be very dynamic and changing, but I think better understanding that demand would be really helpful. And I'll end my comments there. Thank you.
Great comments. Director McPartland.
First of all, I want to thank staff for all the work that they did in putting this thing together. And I applaud Director Lee on how thoroughly that she ended up covering this subject, and anything that I would end up saying would just be redundant. I do agree that we are at the beginning of electric cars having a boom, and we're going to find ourselves in a position where this is the demand for charging station is going to expand potentially exponentially. And we're going to have to keep our finger on that pulse and identify from a policy standpoint exactly how we're going to end up addressing that in the future. But for right now, congratulations to Director Lee. Superior job. Thank you.
And Director Salzman.
Thank you. I'm supportive of this policy. I think you've taken a lot into mind when you've crafted this, and I think it represents represents a good way forward. There's obviously beyond this policy a lot to figure out about implementation, and I think that will be the next step. So, we have the making sure, I agree with Director Lee that we need to make sure not to put these in and then, have to rip them out a few years later for housing. But it is in the policy. We just need to look at what the next 10 years looks like. And what does 10 years mean? Does that mean in the 10-year plan for when we kind of start the work? Does it mean actually there'll be shovels in the ground in 10 years? So I think we just need to look at how this is all implemented, and that's where the actual work will come, and that the policy is broad and flexible. And I actually think that makes sense. I'm most excited about moving forward with the non-revenue vehicles. I think ultimately over time that obviously helps, with BART and its greenhouse gas emissions, but also will hopefully save the district money over time as we become less reliant on fossil fuels, which are getting more and more and more expensive, and probably at least over time there might be dips, but they'll continue to. So we need to decrease our reliance from a financial standpoint as well. I just wanted to clarify on Director Rayburn's suggestion at the beginning of this discussion. It sounded like there already are plans to do more outreach before you come back to the board to have a vote. So what he recommended, is that already within your plans? Is that different? I just wanted to clarify.
We'll have to, get his specific list there, but I think many of those names were folks we were going to do outreach to. Yes.
Great. And I do want to see there be more outreach, but I also want us to adopt this policy and start working on the next implementations part of it. So I'd say, I agree with Director Rayburn. We should reach out to these people, see if they'll meet, but I also don't want to get hung up on having to meet with every single group before we move forward. I mean, I think you've met with a lot of really important stakeholders already. The ones he mentioned are important, but again, I don't want us to wait till, late next year to adopt this policy, because we're waiting on some groups. So maybe if there could just be some flexibility there. And obviously Director Rayburn wasn't making a motion because it's not a action item today, but maybe we could just all work together to both prioritize outreach and get this back quickly, knowing that there's going to be input all along the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Salzman. Director Simon? No. Director Ames?
Thank you. Yeah, I am worried about this technology changing and what's going to happen after this technology does change, and then maybe this company goes bankrupt and they're providing this this energy system for our customers. And then what are we going to do if the infrastructure needs to be changed out? And we're stuck possibly with this antiquated infrastructure. And then I just think about, who is going to benefit from this infrastructure versus, maybe we should be focusing on access, safe routes to BART grant programs. I just feel like we should try to, improve our access, I think, and focus on that as opposed to coming up with these kind of innovative technologies right now. And then I'm conflicted about what resources are we officially using to develop this infrastructure. I mean, this lithium conundrum, we're mining the salt flats of Bolivia for lithium. And so it's just, we can't solve these problems, but I just think that we're probably overreaching here. And I think we should just focus on trying to get people to walk, bike, not drive to BART, and serve that sector of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And Director Dufty?
Yes, and I'm afraid I'm going to start off and disagree with Director Ames. I believe I'm the only board member that has an electric vehicle, and I've had it for, I've been driving an electric vehicle for 5 years. And I absolutely think that as you look at what our current administration with Joe Biden is trying to do, dramatically shifting to electric vehicles, I think is a very important step. And I think it's something that BART should be involved with. And to Director Lee's points, when I first I leased an electric vehicle 5 years ago, and with the state rebates, I drove off the lot without paying anything. I had $2,500 in state rebates, and then I paid under $200 a month for a lease that lasted 3 years. At the end of that, I could have purchased that vehicle for $21,000, which seemed like a lot. So then I went to a couple of auto dealers that resold electric vehicles, and I was able to purchase one for $10,000, which for $10,000, which is not a lot for a car that was 3 years old and had I think 16,000 miles on it. And so since that time, I've had friends that have bought electric vehicles for 6,000 and 7,000. And admittedly, it's not a Tesla, it's a Fiat. So I have groused to some of you about an 84-mile range is very unforgiving when you're trying to go 93 miles somewhere. So I think that having BART be a place where people know that they can charge their vehicles is a good thing. Tesla is in the vanguard, and I believe that they're at a state right now where in 20 to 40 minutes, you can get a full charge, which I believe will take most Teslas like 260, 300 miles, something along those lines. And so I guess I'd like to just say that I am in full support of efforts. I did see in the report that there was discussion about overnight parking. And I do think that it would be good to involve the BART Police Department, since the damage to vehicles that are broken into and things of that sort. I think that their perspective on how do you approach this, if we are in fact encouraging people, to leave their cars there potentially overnight, I would just like to, just look at the safety standpoint of these vehicles. And then I guess I would just like to point out that, the most difficult thing, and I didn't have a garage for the first 3 years that I had an electric vehicle. So I actually parked at the Whole Foods, which was 2.5 blocks from my house. And I had a couple of rough times when I forgot about the vehicle, and Whole Foods closed at 10 o'clock, and then I couldn't get back in until 8 in the morning, even though school started for my son at 7:45. So I definitely, paid some dues on that. But I do want to point out that my charging experiences in other jurisdictions has been spotty, because if you have very few charging spots, then it's likely that the entity that is leasing it to the electric charging company, they expect, like I parked at a public swimming pool, and that was like the major place that I could park in an area. And it could sometimes take, weeks to get a charging station repaired. So I hope that whatever bidding is very robust in terms of requiring within 24 or 48 hours that repairs be made, so that people who do come to rely on charging in a public venue can feel confident that we're doing it. And so I'm going to be very interested as this proceeds to look at the companies that are currently in this business and what can happen. And I do think that one of the major concerns is that, Tesla is quite the juggernaut and in this business. And I think that it is important that different types of electric vehicles have the opportunity to charge at any facilities that we develop. So I'm excited. Count me as a yes. Thank you.
And President Foley.
Thank you, Chairperson Rayburn. First off, I just wanted to say great presentation, an even better briefing with staff. And so I actually wanted to bring a couple of those questions forward to the full board. The first was around, I fully support our conversion of our BART's non-revenue fleet over to some form of sustainable, EV or whatever that would be. But right now, what is the percentage of fleet that is not fossil fuel? How many non-fossil fuel vehicles do we have at BART?
We have one electric vehicle and a handful of electric motorcycles for the police fleet.
Okay, so we obviously have a lot of ways that we can improve, which is good. when is our next fleet purchase cycle? When would be our next opportunity to invest in a new technology?
July 2022.
In July of 2022.
Okay, so with the next fiscal year's budget, super. Okay, so I would hope for Pam and for others preparing the budget that's a discussion point that we need to look at for the next budget. Regarding the availability of the charging service, this is only available to BART riders. Is that correct?
The current plan is that during peak hours during commute, it would only be available to BART riders, and then it would be publicly available during nights and weekends.
And so similar to, say, paying for parking, we would do some sort of check-in process for peak hour usage?
Correct.
Okay, super. So kind of bigger question, is there a cost neutral option, or what would be the cost neutral option? It sounds like we have some soft costs. We're going to have a third party vendor. So this will essentially, it's going to cost BART or its riders money to do this investment. So is there a cost neutral option out there? What would that look like?
So we are putting that analysis together for you. So it's something that we can, when we bring this policy back, we can have that question answered. Super.
Thank you. And I guess kind of long term, because I know that there's always concerns over changing technology. I think at some point we need to look at whether there's value in having BART own and operate this system, as opposed to using a third-party vendor, especially if we have out-of-pocket expense. So I just want that to be on the radar as a potential option. It's the right direction. I just want to find the right fit for BART and its ridership. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Chair Rayburn.
Thank you very much. I appreciate hearing Director Lee's comments about transit-oriented development. After all, transit-oriented development is an access infrastructure of its own. It provides the solution. We also have to grapple with the issues of our access policy and the access hierarchy, so that we're not suddenly jumping ahead and spending funds on new projects for parking, which is, of course, the least efficient means of utilizing land. So how we fit that in, it remains to be seen. But I appreciate President Foley's comments about cost neutral. That needs to be part of the equation, and how we make it equitable. We can provide equitable distribution of charging facilities, but if the owners are only driving Teslas to the sites, I'm afraid we're not going to meet that equitable component. So I think that, again, having a broader discussion and including the experts from a number of transportation institutes at Berkeley, at Mineta, at UC Davis, along with experts nationally that are affiliated with many of the environmental groups and the think tanks, I think that is going to provide us with at least the information we need to make informed decisions and to piece together a policy that reads well. I think there's a lot to be desired in the current draft. And of course, it does not address anything other than cars. So let's work on this a bit more and bring it back. And I agree, we need to bring it back soon, because I hope that the infrastructure bill will be with us by the time we start discussing the adoption of the policy. So that's where we have a number of moving parts here, but I think we can help drive this process and, of course, help shift from the internal combustion engine to electricity as well as other active modes of travel. That closes the PAL committee. Did Olivia ever get on? No.
She did not.
Olivia, if you're listening, you're welcome to give me a call right after the meeting, and I'll make sure to share your thoughts with the full board if possible. Thank you, and I'll turn it back to President Foley.
Thank you, Chairperson Rayburn. I appreciate you handling the PPAL committee today. So with that, we have 2 items left before we go into closed session. So let's see if we can work our way through those, take a break, and then enter closed session. So with that, let's turn it over to the general manager. Bob, the floor is yours.
Thanks, President Foley, Vice President Salzman. A couple updates or information items for the board here. A couple things. So new fare gates. So just a few days ago, August 31st, we did a new fare gate array at the Rock Ridge Station and went into revenue service. And this is a continuation of the process, under Sylvia and Shane's leadership there with many others within the BART family. The design improves upon our last design. They're looking at this gate also includes a single leaf instead of double leaves, which is going to be helpful. There's improved bolting, less movement. And so it was again designed in-house and built by BART, our frontline employees at BART. So it's in revenue service, and I encourage all of you, if you're out in the system, take a ride over there and check it out. And to date, Shane has not been in my office, so I'm assuming that it's been functioning quite nicely. And I will be out there for sure next week checking it out myself, Shane. Second, just a couple of updates on events going on. So tomorrow, Friday, there's going to be a community celebration, and I'm sure Director Salzman and Simon might bring it up in their comments here, but it'll be out to showcase the El Cerrito del Norte station modernization. That's tomorrow night. It's from 4 to 6. There's going to be a lot of fun and food trucks and music, and it should be a lovely event. Unfortunately, Director Salzman and Director Simon, I won't be there. I'm going to be with, I think, Director Lee and Director Dufty at the California Equality Awards in San Francisco. Director Dufty and Director Lee, if I'm not mistaken, are what we like to call honorary co-chairs of the event. And I look forward to seeing them at that event. That's tomorrow night down in the city. I think it's out in Golden Gate Park there. So that's from 7 to 10. So I will be representing BART at that. And that, to note, and probably Bevan and Janice will talk about this, but that's the largest statewide LGBTQ civil rights organization, Equality California, in the nation. So just a note, I'll be down there on tomorrow night. Shane sent me a note earlier this week that BART completed under the leadership of Dave Hart and Rolling Stock and Shops in achievement of the Association of American Railroads Quality Assurance. It's a lot. It's AAR QA 5000 certification. But these certifications are just another step for BART to get to world-class transit. And they're important steps. And they're steps that we have to take in order to get to world-class transit. And Shane is sitting here. Congratulations, Shane, to you and to your predecessors and to Mr. Hart for ensuring that BART's getting to world-class transit. That's very important. Another one for the directors to be tracking on, and we'll report as best we can out there. Pam and I and many others here at BART are working on putting in some applications or seeing where BART fits in with a $2.2 billion additional monies. This is not the monies that are already allocated to the Bay Area. This is an additional $2.2 billion of American Rescue Plan Act funds for transit agencies that we can apply to. And so Pam's, got her team geared up on this thing. And there's requirements. You got to demonstrate additional need for funding to support operations above and beyond what we already received and some other criteria there. But we're on top of this thing with Pam and Priya. And so we'll be coming back to the board. I just want you to know that, this is hopefully in our future and that we prove successful with your help too. This is not just me and BART staff. Once we figure out, a plan here, then we're going to tap into you and your skill sets to help us to make that a reality. As of yesterday, 75% of BART employees are fully vaccinated. So we have some ways to go on that, but it's just a data point in time. And then on ridership, I continue to be encouraged on ridership. Ridership continues to slowly migrate its way up the positive slope there. And even with the holiday, Labor Day weekend here, we were holding steady. Our weekend ridership continues to go up. So I'm just very encouraged on our ridership as it goes up. Pam gave me, she's got her, I don't know, she's around somewhere, but she gave me her ridership, and we're still trending over our budgeted projections, and it's a little early, and I'm not going to get into too many of the details on it because of the holiday weekend and that, the first 5 or 6 days of September, but we're tracking very closely on this half off September and on the ridership on that, but it's quite encouraging on where we are with ridership. And then I'm picking up back on Wednesday for our listening tour next Wednesday. And next Wednesday, where are we? Alicia, do you know off the top of your head?
Powell. Downtown San Francisco Station.
Yeah, we're downtown San Francisco on Wednesday, and we'll continue to do that, Alicia and I, and report back to the board as we pull together a data set of what we heard from the riders. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, President Foley and Vice President Salzman.
Thank you, GM Powers. Do we have any public comment or director's comment? I think we have one public comment.
Alita, you may address the board.
Thank you, President Mark Foley and members. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. Good report, lots of good things. I'm encouraged that more and more members of the BART family are getting vaccinated. I had mine back in March. Didn't get to have it in Grand Central Terminal, but I did get it. So it doesn't matter where you get it, just get it. And I want us to go after that money. We need more money to keep this system going and to improve it. I think it is right and reasonable to apply for grant money. There's no shame in that because this is a public system and we want to have all the tools available at our disposal to be able to keep this system running. I'm enjoying the better, more frequent service and I don't want to see that go away because I want BART to be there for me whenever I need it. It's not 24 hours, but it's pretty close. And thank you for your support of the California equality. This is about inclusion. As I've stated to you before, as I'm a person who does not particularly meet definitions set by society, but I am a person just as much. And I appreciate that you are engaging with the public, with the idea of the global perspective of inclusion, a BART where everybody can feel safe and welcome and where equity is practiced. And I am not here with you right now in the Bay Area, but I will be back soon. But BART is always with me. And I like the idea of world-class transit, and I want to hear more about that. But as I go about my travels and I think about tradition and history and being forward-thinking, I ask ourselves, what will it take to build a BART that is great and legendary? To be reminded of the traditions of the Northeast Corridor and all of the things, the wonderful things that we see in Grand Central Terminal, which I'm going to go see that soon. Places where people can discover things that are much bigger than themselves. I see a BART as more than just moving people, but a BART that is about people, where people can think and experience all that the Bay Area has to offer. Because I continue to say this, because I enjoy saying it. It's because of this reason that BART is more than just a railroad, but it is the people's system. And I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. Let's turn to item 8 on the agenda. This is the opportunity for board member reports, roll call for introductions, and in memoriams. For any board members, please raise your virtual hand. I see, let's see here, we have Directors Rayburn, Vice President Saltzman, and Director Ames.
Thank you, President Foley. I'm excited to share that Senate Bill 2, Police Decertification, is on the governor's desk today. I also want to share that something I don't usually talk about are the advisory committee meetings that I attend, but on Tuesday, I attended the Title VI Environmental Justice, met jointly with the Limited English Proficiency Committee. And that meeting represents a landmark achievement in the district. For the first time, attachments were included on Legistar, thanks to District Secretary's office and Emily Alter. Jackie, thank you for listening to the board. This makes these meetings real to the participants, to the directors, and to the public in general. These are weighty presentations that I think everybody deserves to have the opportunity to review. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. Let's turn it over to Vice President Saltzman.
Thank you. As our general manager announced, I'm really excited about tomorrow's event at El Cerrito del Norte, and I encourage you all to come. And I just wanted to make it clear, it does not conflict with the Equality California event. The event at Del Norte is from 4 to 6. Equality California starts at 7. So you can go to both, and I encourage you to. And you can just, take BART, and for the public, it's half price, so they can take BART between the two events. So excited to be there with Director Simon tomorrow and many of our local elected leaders and community members. It should be a great opportunity to celebrate such an achievement for the riders. Just a couple things to report on for the past couple of weeks. I spoke last week virtually at the San Leandro Rotary Club, and I just wanted to recommend that directors like me who might not feel comfortable presenting in person yet at events where people are eating and take off their masks, they were nice enough to allow me to present virtually, even though most of them were in person, though some of their attendees were there virtually. And it worked out quite well. I had never done that before, but it actually worked out quite well. So if groups have the setup to do it, it is a way to get back out there in the community, even if you're not ready to get back out there in certain ways in person. And just want to share one comment I got from an attendee there. The person said they've been riding BART for decades, hadn't ridden for a while during the pandemic, got back on recently, and said it was the cleanest by far they had ever seen it. So just, congratulations to everybody who's done the work on that, all the people cleaning the trains, everybody who worked on where we actually needed to deploy more cleaners on the trains and in the stations. It's paying off. I've noticed the difference, but riders are clearly noticing the difference too. And then last week, I decided to take advantage of some of the bus agencies in the East Bay that are offering free bus rides all month in September, which is fantastic. So I took a little journey out to Martinez using BART and using County Connection from Walnut Creek, and then on the way back using Westcat back to Del Norte. And since I hadn't been on those agencies in a long time, it was just a good opportunity to see how they're working, with the pandemic having happened, are people riding them? And there were some riders on the bus, and it just kind of reminded me about the issues with some of these bus operators, which is they have great buses, great bus drivers. A lot of the routes go to where you want them to, but they're very infrequent. They have limited hours. So we clearly need to help our local bus agencies get some more funding, especially as we're talking about removing parking. We need to make transit connections to BART more viable. And so for those of you who represent areas like that, I encourage you, especially this month while the buses are free, go take a ride and see how it works, because it's good to get out there. You know, I ride buses all the time, but I hadn't been on these agencies because they're not going where I go in my daily work and life. So hop on them. I am also, for Director Foley and McPartland, I'm going to try to get out to Tri-Delta and get out to Wheels this month too. I've actually never ridden on those systems. So if you're interested in joining me, let me know. But I think it's a good opportunity to get out there and remind your riders too, that your constituents, that they can get on these buses for free. It's a great time to get back on buses and BART. And while I did that trip, I took a detour and stopped at Rockridge the day after the fare gates had been installed. They seem to be working really well. I happened to run into some of the team who are working on those fare gates, and it was just the day after, so they had already identified some improvements they wanted to make. It's pretty cool to just see them in action and how they're watching what's happening with the fare gates. They're making improvements right away, and I think by the time we start rolling them out throughout the system, they're going to work even better than they do today. So I agree with the general manager. You should all get out there and check out those fare gates at Rockridge.
Thank you. And I'll turn it over to Director Ames.
Thank you. Yeah, a big shout out to the city of Fremont. On Tuesday night, they approved a trails plan, a 30-year trails plan. It's over $300 million effort. And the effort is really to try to get these suburbs, like I represent suburbs, you know, that were designed for cars, not people. So they're basically starting over with this whole effort of getting trails built. We've got the East-West connector, or not the East-West connector. That green, oh, I can't believe I forgot the name of this, but that trail that goes along the BART tracks, parallel to the BART stations. Like, I guess it's the East-West Greenway. I could be wrong. And then there's a trail between the Dumbarton Bridge over to Niles Canyon. So we're really looking at, you know, saving, you know, recreational areas, conserving areas, getting people to connect to the recreational areas and their jobs and not use a car. So just want to do a high five to the city of Fremont, and I hope that we can get this done in the next 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ames. And I would like to close the board matters with one, encouraging riders or folks to come out and visit the El Cerrito Del Norte celebration tomorrow from 4 to 6 p.m. So certainly stop by if you can. And I just want to give two shout outs, one to Lisa Ward for assisting me during this last 2 weeks and getting some scheduling squared away, and to Dinah Garcia, who did a great job of assisting me with a technological issue. So thank you both very much. It's greatly appreciated for you helping to support the board. So thank you for that. And with that, we're at around 12:40. So why don't we take a 15-minute break and then go into closed session at around 12:55. But before we do, I will ask if there's any public comment before the board enters closed session. Seeing none, let us go to closed session at 12:55. See you there in a few.
It's
okay,
always this hot.
okay. Oh, we unmuted ourselves.
Madam Secretary, are we back on the record?
All righty. We are back.
Wonderful. Thank you. All right. Well, the board has conducted its closed session and there is no announcement to be made. I will now adjourn the board meeting of the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District. Everyone stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you.